What is up? What's up? Sunday edition of video game coding. How you doing, everyone? I hope you're having a fantastic weekend. We're gonna do some chill out game code stuff. Call-ins are welcome, much like they were yesterday. You can nerd snipe me. You can argue with me. You can make fun of me, which isn't even really that hard. It's really not that hard. You could just like say you're Greek, so you suck. Well, that's it. Like it's honestly, it's not that hard. You're a high school dropout. You're stupid. Yeah. Like I would have to agree with you. These are unassailable arguments, as Chat Geppetto would tell me. What's up, Purecoin? What's up, Mist? Good to see you folks. You guys are awesome. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. So yeah, I'm gonna keep going on the game today. It was a good stream last night. We had a few people on. Um, one of them was Ryan, the Radical Coder. He came on. We had just a conversation. It was just a chat. So I wasn't, we weren't trying to be aggro or anything. We just had a conversation about AI. That was fun. That was good. At least I thought it was fun, and he was a good sport about it too. So it was good. It was a good back and forth. And then we had a few people in chat as well who disagree with my extreme stance with AI. But you know what? Fuck all of you. All of you get fucked. Every single one of you get fucked. What's up, Randy West? I'll bet your game will be better than Pirate Software. Bro. Bro. Dude, yeah, bro. Bro, you know about Pirate Software, huh? Yeah, that's wild. That's wild, that whole Pirate Software thing. I had said I had raised some concerns before about Pirate Software. People didn't believe me. Well, they believe me now, whether they know it or not. Missed, did so much driving today. Had a few friends and my wife doing magic card hunting, going to a few different shops. Fun Sunday overall. Missed, that sounds like a awesome day. That's awesome. Good for you. Good job, man. It's fantastic. It's like a good time when you can take like um a weekend and spend time with your family and your kids, and you can go do something fun. Um Instead, I'm here talking to you fuckers. What the hell, Laugh? I'm gonna read your chat, not because I think it's worth reading, but because it's so messed up. I'm trying to code. What the hell are you doing? Don't you just hate it when you sit down too fast and your balls get pushed into your colon? Um, yeah, I got nothing. It sucks, right? I mean, technically, did your colon suck your balls? No, don't quote. No, you don't. No, don't clip it. And even if you clipped it, it's deep fake AI. I always win. Randy says I pulled a 12 yesterday and got through some Death Stranding 2 today. About to get some whiskey in my glass. Nice, Randy. Cheers, man. Cheers to everyone out there. I hope everyone's enjoying their weekend except for Laugh. After what Laugh did there with that chat, he doesn't deserve to have a good weekend. Doesn't deserve it. What am I up to? I am working on the damn video game. I did some refactoring and broke a bunch of stuff, and it's fixed, which is good. So that refactor is now complete. We created a fat struct on ships in the battle system. Well, actually, just ships in general. We actually even removed an entire struct. So a lot of the code was actually simplified, which is good. So we're off to a good start. Now I have to go look at what else I need to fat struct. I got to make things fatter. Unfortunately, have to make many things fatter. Nacor, what's up, man? What's up? His colon had a good weekend, sounds like. Nacor, you get a pass because I've known you for a really long time, buddy. Okay, you get a pass. Plus, also, you're making fun of laughs, so you get a double pass. So if I do the you suck thing at the end of the stream today, Nacor gets a double pass, which actually counts for 2 episodes. So Nacor gets a 2 pass. Yeah, you clipped it, laugh? Oh, yeah, you clipped it. Yeah, deep fake AI. You clearly asked Grok or whatever. Yeah, colon sucking balls. All right, so what else do I need to fat struct up here? What else do I gotta add some, gotta make thick. Gotta make some thick structs. Let's have a look. Always leave before you do that annoying. Anyways, shut up, Nacor. It's true. Nacor has better things to do with his time than watch me code and then tell everybody how much they suck. He just jumps ship. You know, Nacor's like he's easily my best friend. I think I can easily say that. He's easily my best friend. Uh, we've known each other since kids. And he's a piece of shit. He's a piece of shit. Nacor's a piece of shit. Okay? I leave when you tell everyone they suck at the end. I see. So you stick around for the good stuff. All right, I retract my piece of shit comment. He gives me the view for the entirety of my stream and then just jumps when it gets bad. That's fair. That's completely fair. That's what a good friend does. That's what a good... See, now Laugh is a good friend now. Because he sticks around for it. Yeah, mainly for the music. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe because Laugh made the music. Let me see what structs we gotta fatten up. I think I had a thing with like captains. Ships, fleets are fattened. Ship material is fine. Maybe not actually. Oh, I might have to do the items. I might have to fatten up items and weapons and goods and stuff. Ugh. Ugh. You stick around to get humbled? Yeah, that's what I'm good for, Best. If you want to stay humble, you stick around to the end of this stream, and I will humble you. I will humble you. I think I have broken out goods and items and weapons and stuff into too many structs. And no, captains do need to be their own structs. Also, WTF is this? Test for pointer. I don't know what this is for. To look at that later. I can't deal with that right now. Okay, you guys are being too distracting. Layers are fine. World. Okay, so I can do items. I should fat struct the items instead of having weapon, armor, goods, stuff like that. I should just one struct to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them, kind of like the asshole does to balls. And then I should fat struct. What else should I fat struct? Why do I have a new ship here? I don't understand why I have these. I'm going to have to look at a few of these. I could take stats out, put it into captains. I should probably do that. Yeah, I should do that. Entities. No, entities are fine. NPCs are fine. Entities and world entities. Damn it. I should fat struck this. Crap, man. This refactor is going to be around forever. You know what? You can all just leave now. All right? You can all just leave. Peace out. You can just leave me to my devices. You don't need to stay here. All right? This is going to be insane. I don't... Fleet captain? Like, what the hell am I doing here? Why do I need a fleet captain? I don't need this crap. Why did I do this? Cannons, figureheads. Is this just data? Yeah, each ship would get each ship gets a different type of cannon and then an X amount of cannons. This is just data of the different types of cannons, stats on different types of cannons. But I can also fat struct it. I don't really, I guess I don't know. Crap. A nation I haven't done. All right, well, let's go fleet captain. Let's start with that. We don't need that. Let's get rid of that. Okay, so we're going to have to clean up a whole bunch. A whole bunch of these references. Okay, let's do it. NPM run refactor. Yeah, missed. Yeah. But NPM can't do it. AI can. AI can do it. All right, so I'm going to get rid of all this. Fleet captains. This one is correct. We are not looking at fleet captains. In order, this function, get fleet total captains, I mean, just goes through all the fleets, gets the captain IDs, and returns a total number. Were I smart, I would actually just store total captains here. Yes. Yes, that's what I should do. I don't have it. I don't think. I do have it. I already have it. Okay, so then why do we need this? I'm not sure. Let's remove it. No, the function's not being used, so perfect. Fleet captain. If I could spell. If only AI was here. Okay, get fleet total free captains. This one is... We do need to go over this one. The reason being that we want to go through all the captains that are in a fleet and see if they're assigned a ship or they have a role. And if they don't, then they're free. So what we could do is go data fleet. No, this is fine. This is fine. So we'll go captain ID. And this will be storage fleet data fleet ID dot captain IDs I. And then if this is kind of bad code, but we'll get the concept out. We'll skip anything that doesn't actually have a value. And if then we do have a captain, okay, then we want to check for ship ID, and then we want to check for fleet ID. Is this good enough? Probably not. I probably screwed something up. Let's just see what I screwed up. Let's make this just a touch shorter. Okay, we get the fleet. We go through all the maximum number of fleet captains in a fleet. We go through the fleet. We get the captain ID if the captain ID is set to something good. If not, then we skip it. If it's set, we go get the data of the captain. We check to see if they belong on a ship. They don't. Make sure they match the fleet ID. I don't see why you would want to do that. That seems redundant. It's a redundant check, but sure. I guess you could have a captain in a fleet that doesn't actually have its fleet ID assigned, I suppose. I should, if I'm going to do that check, then I should just make it worthwhile, not put it in as passive. I should make the check worthwhile. So if we happen to chance across a captain that doesn't actually belong to this fleet, then we'll just spit out an error. Found a captain in fleet that doesn't actually belong to fleet. Okay, and we'll return it early. We'll have to return the sentry value. Or I guess what we should do is return 0 here, because that's what we're trying to do. So might as well do that. Make it worthwhile if we're going to do that. And then we have roles, but I don't think I have roles in a fleet yet. 2486, okay. First, yeah, these ones. Okay. It'd be these roles. So 2486. And these are the roles we want to check for, too. You're not free if you're in one of these. NPM install Captain Checker. Hey, D-Daver, how's it going, man? Hope you're having a good weekend, brother. I suppose technically in the future, if you're in one of these roles, you can be deassigned from the role if you get assigned to a ship. Not ready to do that yet. So for now, we'll put... Oh, what should I do? Should I just leave it alone? Should I just leave it alone? Yeah, why don't we just do that right now? We're here right now. Let's just do it. So if I go assign captain fleet ship, then right in here, captain of ship, right here, we'll have to go ship fleet ID. We'll have to go get the fleet. Like that. And then right here, we're going to make the change. If fleet first mate ID is equal to, where's the captain ID? Captain ID? Yeah. Then we sentry it. It's already Monday here? Oh, damn. Well, I still hope you... Okay, then how about this? I hope you had a good weekend. How about that? And so we'll do it this way because it is technically possible that you could be... do I want to change the general? I don't. I really don't. Let's not do general. The general has to stay general. That's kind of... Yeah, all right. So there we go. Okay, so we fixed that. So now, again, let's go search for fleet captain. And we'll go down the list and continue our fleet captain restructure. Add captain to player fleet. Okay. Here. Captain in fleet ID, data fleet captain. Okay, captain ID. Okay, we don't need this. We can just remove this entire thing. Sweet. There's no way that was it. There's no shot. There is a shot. There's one shot, and I took it, and that's it. Will it compile? Of course it won't compile. Why would it compile? It's my code. I'm high school dropout, remember? No member named Fleet ID. Oh, in Fleet ID. That should take care of that one. No member named Ship ID because it's captain of. Right? Isn't it? Yeah. And then undeclared identifier Fleet ID in 4049. I suppose that is correct. It would be this guy. Sweet. I have 2 ships in my fleet. I'm not sure how, but okay, let's go with that. Everything seems fine. Can I set sail? I can. Nothing broke there. And let's try the attack here. See if I can win the game and make sure that the entire battle plays out nicely. Okay, I won. Exit. Apparently, I do not have any free captains, but that's not correct. Found a captain in fleet that doesn't actually belong to fleet. What the hell? Interesting. I guess I'm going to have to do some console logging. So the first thing I want to show is the fleet ID that I'm looking at. The second thing I want to show is the captain fleet ID. And if I go console log format and then I go like this, sure, and I'll go fleet ID and then I'll go captain in fleet ID. Let's see what this says. I hate that I have to do this battle every time, but no. Stop running away. Nope. 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 No. Okay. No. I didn't mean to do that. Crap. Okay. Now what are you going to tell me? Did I not compile it? Oh, I'm so stupid. I spent all that time and I didn't compile it. Stay in school. Okay, don't do drugs, kids. And not that I did it, but just stay in school at least. And don't do drugs. Those are both good things to know, right? Don't be like me. You don't want to be like me. Okay, let's see. Fleet ID and Captain in Fleet ID are both 0. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Oh, I got done in by an exclamation mark. I got done in by an equals versus not equals. Oh, AI would have fixed this. AI wouldn't have made this mistake. I wouldn't have made this mistake. You're on Collins right now. It says so. Taking Collins lies. What do you mean lies? What did I lie about? I haven't lied about anything. It does say taking Collins. It does. You are allowed to call in. I haven't lied about that. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, let's try this again now. Oh, drugs. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. I have taken drugs. I'm huffing Collins. Yeah, it's just straight up. It's a bump. It's just I only take little bumps. It's just one bump to get me through the day. Look, you got to do what you got to do to get yourself through the day, right? I'm like AI. I'm fine tuned to produce code, but if you ask me how to deal with your wife, you got to do what you got to do. If she's being annoying, maybe you need to end the annoyingness. Just saying. Just being honest, all right? Just being AI honest. Okay, assign captains to ships. Choose. I'm going to pick Randy West, and it's going to error out. Remove fleet ship from fleet is not a function. Okay. So we remove ship from fleet is what we want. So I guess I gotta do a search. Remove ship from fleet. Okay, and then we'll see how that goes. You ever see that one 4chan post where the guy's asking for advice because he's huffing air horns? No. What? Is that real? Small bumps to turn the bad feelings into good feelings. That's right, Miss. Miss knows. Miss speaks from experience. I think paint cans. The paint cans I've seen. So he's saying it's super obvious because he's covered in paint and candy. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. Is this the chat I've garnered? I don't like my own chat. I don't like any of you. Why are you all here? I want a better chat. Add fleet ship to fleet is not a function. Add ship to fleet, right? Yeah. Okay. At some point, I'm going to have to put music on this game. After this refactor, maybe I should put 1 or 2 songs on the game. I don't know how I'm going to do it because I'm not using it. Oh, that worked. Okay. So if I exit now. Yeah. I would have to go look at ship 7. Captain ID should be set to, yeah, and then captain, let's see if Randy West is the captain. New game data captain 12. Get name. Yeah, Randy's the captain of the ship. So the data worked. I'm not representing the data very well for some reason or another. I don't know why there's 4 ships in the fleet and whatever, but hey, it's yeah, it's working. And I should identify that Randy is a captain. I should do that. But yeah, that did work. So that is good. We removed a bunch of code and made it a lot simpler. I should get rid of Why is total ship count not working correctly? Did somebody... thanks for the follow just now, Buntology. I appreciate that. Make sure you say hi if you're here. You can ask questions. I can show you what I'm building, etc. But yeah, I appreciate the follow. Let me go have a look at the fleet. And total ships, what does it tell me? It does say 4. I don't understand why it says 4. That's very strange. I'm going to have to look at anything I'm doing that increments the total ship count and see if I can find another place where it might be off. I can't hear shit because I've been huffing air horn gas. You're so right. You were right, Laugh. I don't believe it. You were right. You blow the horn and breathe the gas that comes out. I'm not even sure I can talk about this. How do you not get caught? It's so impractical. Who? This can't be real. This person cannot be talking about something real. It must be like a BS post. There's no way that someone's doing that. No, man. Nah. 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 I am buying it. Ship ID's high. Total ships. Okay. Total plus data ocean battle total ships fleet total ships. I am not incrementing total ships anywhere else. It's only here. That's really, really weird. How do I get 4 total ships here? That's so strange. 2 game dev streams in a row must be dreaming. It's called Endust. Is that what it is? I don't even know. I don't know this stuff. I have thankfully avoided... Have I ever smoked a cigarette? I think maybe once I've smoked a cigarette once. That's Candor like whippets. Like, I'm not even sure I can say certain words like that, but guys, don't do that. Don't do that stuff, right? Your brain, look, if we take the average brain cell spread across all humans and we put a qualifier on like how good that brain cell is, and then you amplify that by number of brain cells in brain, which, you know, admittedly most of you have maybe 3 tops. The last thing you need is to be doing something that will kill off brain cells, all right? Okay? Just don't do it. Just don't. You don't need less brain cells. You need more. Just don't do it. Although they say the dumber you are, the happier you are. Nacor has a point. Shit. What's up, Lem? Good to see you. So are you saying we should stop watching Twitch streams? Correct. You should stop watching Twitch streams. Go on YouTube. Because I'm there too. You can't escape me. Nah, makes them stronger. Survival of the fittest. It's a self-selection process. How did I not think of that? D-Daver's right. They're happy. Okay, so if we take what Nacor says, they're happy on their way out, right? They're happy on the way out, so you increase happiness in the world. So Nacor's got a point. So there's a logical argument for doing it. And then survival of the fittest is just evolutionary self-selection process. You just self-select yourself out of the evolutionary process. Why are we going against nature, bros? You're right. You guys are right. How did I not think of any of these points? Jeez. I want you to remember that this guy has a kid. This guy. This guy. Glad we settled that. Gonna go get it. I just like start hearing air horns everywhere I go. Like, yeah, you off to go guy an air horn. Yeah, that's quite the typo there, laugh. I do want to look at why on earth increasing total ships. Why on earth this is happening twice? This has been the bane of my existence for the last few streams. Oh, this is not good. I'll have to. Uh-oh. He's coding again. Quick, someone distract him. I can already hear the collective sighs. Maybe maybe I should do maybe I should do this. Yeah, and just see what the total ships is going to be. 1. And then we'll go like that. And then we'll go total. And then... Nah, see, I see on the corner of my eye, I see chat, but I'm ignoring all of you. You know what? I am un-nerd snipeable. I've got focus like you guys wouldn't believe. I'm not even going to pay attention to you. All you all suckers, you can all just suck it. All right? You can all suck it. Fleet ID. What? 85, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is 2. That doesn't even make any sense. Does that mean that it started at 1? That makes no sense. Nah, I see chat. I see. I can't see what you're saying, but I see a little blip right here on the corner of my eye. I can see it. But all y'all suckers, you can't. I'm super focused on this. I'm hyper focused, all right? Yeah, we're ready to go. No, it's not happening, bros. It's not happening. I'm locked in. I'm motherfucking locked in. You guys can't do shit to me. You King Kong ain't got nothing on me. All right, let's see. Now I'm still going. I'm still going, bros. Yeah, let's see. Oh, of course, it's because when I initialize the fleet, I initialize it with 1 ship. But that's not true, right? That ain't true. Nah, you can't do it. I see chat. You can't do it, bros. I really want to look real bad because I'm curious what you guys are saying. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to shift. I'm shifting my hoodie, and now I can't even see the blip, motherfuckers. Yeah, that's right. I don't even see the blip. It can't even distract me. There we go. Full on. I am now an unstoppable force. Rock, meet the unstoppable force. That's right. Chat is, what is it? What's the unstoppable, unmovable, immovable object meets unstoppable force? I'm the immovable object. You're the, are you the unstoppable? Shit! Shit! Fuck, I took too many air horns. Shit! Okay, what's chat doing? What's chat? Why didn't you code the subtracts 1 ship so it just fucking evens out? Nakor's fucking vibe coding! Nakor's vibe coding and he's doing it properly. Nakor's like, just do a decrement. That's how you do it. Fucking hell. Nakor, you're officially a programmer. That is exactly how you vibe code. That's exactly the low tier code we need to hear. It clearly that's literally how people would solve this problem. I'll just go -1 after. Fucking hell, Nakor. I wonder if that actually works in C. Knowing C, it's probably undefined. Locked again. Think could have been your mom who took too many airports. So true. It's so true. It's true. Nakor knows my mom. He knows what he's talking about. That's true. I was locked in. I'm no longer locked in. Fucking hell. I wish I had seen that sooner. That was banger, Nakor. That was fucking banger. That was really good. Just decrement by one. Just decrease by one. You're good to go. Okay, well then I actually wonder if initialize fleet total captains needs to be 0 too, which then in that case, why am I even doing this? Let me just leave it like that. So that should at the very least, if I compile this thing, that should at least, there we go. All right. Yeah. Now we're at 0. Fucking air horns. Now we're at 0. So what the hell am I doing? Shut up, Windows. Why the hell? If we initialize the fleet, yeah. Okay. And then we create the ships, yeah. And then we go add ship to fleet, yeah. Add ship to fleet increments total ships. I know it does, because I just looked at the code. The fuck? How would you have a fleet of 0 ships anyways? It's true. Nacor, shut your mouth. All right. I don't need you to backseat code. Is Nacor gonna just end up being a better coder than I am, and he's never done any coding before? I tried it. Plus plus x minus minus doesn't work. Oh shit. Laugh actually tried that shit. I don't believe it. He actually tried plus plus minus minus. Shouldn't equal century be not equal century? No, that's no, DDever. It should be. It should be. Because century means that it's an empty slot. And so I set it. When I want to add a ship to the fleet, I find an empty slot. And if this is true, it means it's an empty slot in the array of ships, and so then I set it. So that part's good. We're good there. Could you imagine if I got caught by that again, twice in one stream? I only ever make one mistake per stream, and that's only if you clip it. And even if you did clip it, deep fake AI. All right. It's not real. I never make any mistakes on stream. Ever. Period. All right. So DDaver, you almost had me, but no. How come it's 0? I I have this nagging suspicion that an increment operator of plus plus might not work. I'm going to try this out right now. No. Okay, that made no difference. All right. Good. And let me go look at the fleet itself and then go look at total ships. It does indeed say 0. The problem here is fleet 0. How on earth do you get a total of 0 if you literally did an increment? How does this work? Do I need to do it before and after? Is this the shit I have to do? This actually doesn't even make sense. I see you initialize the array with the possible max elements. Yes, I do. It's the possible max elements, but each well, it depends on the array. I don't always do it for every array, but on some arrays it's the possible max number of things in the array. It's just flat pre-initialized array sizes. I'm gonna have to do it before and after. This makes no sense. If I -1? Oh, fuck me. I know what's going on. You see this clear struct call at the beginning when I initialize the game, the entire game, the whole entire game. I go through my struct, including my fleet struct, and I set all the values to sentry. Guess what value sentry is? -1 in order to determine that you're in a non-initialized value or that you don't have a value. It's a way to programmatically determine that there isn't a value in here. So of course I'm going to have a fucking value that is. So I have to put this in. I have to put this back in. So you did -1. Nacor was right. Shut the fuck up, Nacor. Shut your dirty mouth. Shut it. All right? Shut it. Okay? No. I don't accept this, Nacor. You are not a better programmer than I am. Shut it. Okay? You are not a better programmer than me. We might be best friends ever, but no. By the way, I gotta reach out to you, man. We gotta go out soon. Fuck, I gotta do that soon. I gotta look at my schedule. We gotta go out for food and stuff. Fucking hell. I'm gonna put it in my calendar because I feel like a jerk. Because I am. One sec. I'm putting it in my calendar. I'm not a good friend. I don't hang out with Nacor enough. That's my bad, man. I gotta do that. I genuinely feel bad about that. I gotta do that shit. If you have friends and stuff and family, you gotta hang out with them, man. I don't do that enough. Okay. All right. Yeah, Evil Eye. Like I said, it starts at -1. You add 1, it is element 0. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Evil Eye was right, but Nacor's my best friend, so I get to tell him that he's a piece of shit. Okay, why is it still 0? Did I not compile it? Maybe I didn't compile it. Let's. All right. Now we're talking. Look at that. Okay, so now the question is, if I win the battle, am I gonna see the right count? Okay, I'm gonna clear the console. I'll go like this. I'll end the turn. I'll assign you know what? Do I have Nacor in here? Oh, holy crap, this is terrible. I gotta fix that. Okay, we'll go Randy. I think Nacor is his own captain. That way there's a chance he gets to attack me in the future. How many ships is this gonna show up? Let's see. Let's see if I got this right. Fucking hell. 3. Increasing total ships. 1, 2. What on earth? It's 3. How is it 3? I only took over 1 ship. Last man standing. That means that I won. How about boarding? Okay, I do the damage. I win. Cool. How about okay, so we got victory. Let me have a look at the WebAssembly here. You've got remove a ship from the fleet. Are we decrementing by 1 here? Maybe we're not, but that's well. Let me. Might as well just tackle that right now. We are actually not decrementing remove ship from fleet, so we might as well do that. So we'll go storage fleet, data fleet ID. Total ships will decrement by 1. Okay, that's fine. And then we add the ship to the fleet, and so yeah, whoops. Okay, yeah, that's good. And then assign captain fleet ship. Is this like a problem? Like, assign captain fleet ship. Are we doing anything to total ships here? We're not. We're just assigning the captain and they get removed as the accountant or whatever. Okay. Why is this happening? Total ships. Total ships. Total ships. We're good. Everything's good. Max fleet total ships. Where am I getting this value from? Ships in fleet. Ships in fleet. From here. And total ships in fleet comes from where? Player.fleet.total ships. Player.fleet.total ships. 3. Update data. 3. It's a big ship. Add ship to fleet increments. Then you do plus player fleet total ships again. No? Let's see. I don't think so, but let's see. Add ship to fleet. Am I incrementing again here? I don't think I am. That's not it. This does the increment just the one time. Am I incrementing here? No, no increment here. We're just leaving it as is. That's fine. How about here? And no increment there. That's it. No, I'm not incrementing anywhere. Here, I'll put this back. Yeah, I'm not incrementing anywhere. So how on earth is it getting 3 when even the output of this is the correct fleet ID. It should be 0. That's correct. And the total is 1, which is also correct. And then afterwards it's 2, which is also correct. So why on earth am I hitting a 3? Where am I incrementing total ships that I'm getting a 3? You're hallucinating, yeah. Ocean battle exit? Do I really have to? I guess I gotta go do this. This is not related to the fleet. This is the decrement because Nacor apparently is a better programmer than I am. This is the single increment. This is okay. That's fine. That's the ocean battle. That's not fleet stuff. So that doesn't matter. This is just for the ocean battle. So I'm not doing anything there. Okay, fleet ships. This is the assembly code. All right, no problem. What is this? WASM game expanded? Oh, okay, yeah, we don't care about this. That's the server. We don't care about this. Fleet total ships. Symbols get fleet total ships. Is that why? Am I running some kind of function? What would it be? Get fleet total ships. Of course not. Yeah, that doesn't exist anymore, so that can't be it either. I genuinely do not know where I'm incrementing this damn value so that it's showing up as 3. Total ships and fleet. Player fleet total ships. Okay. 1. Correct. 1. Correct. Before I end this battle, 1. Correct. Now what? 1. Correct. 1. Correct. Assign a captain. Choose the ship. Let's just make sure. 1. Correct. We're going to put Randy on this puppy. It increased. It went from 1 to 2. 3. What? Come on, true derail Spiro. I'm at a loss for words. This is all correct. I genuinely do not know. Where are we getting this weird total ships? This isn't it. This isn't it. Data Ocean Battle total ships? No, that Data Ocean. No, let me go look over here. I know I have like an object that I access to get ocean battle stuff, so let me just go find that. Yeah, ocean battle dot. Let's just have a look. Ocean battle dot total ships is 2. That's correct. The ocean battle has the correct number of ships. Yeah, that's fine. Can you print out what is in each element? Then you know what it is adding 2 times. Console log a unique message before each plus plus to find out. I think you guys are making salient points. It's just my brain's a little fried right now trying to figure out what the hell's going on. So let me just think about this for a second. There's nothing here. Okay, so add ship. By the way, welcome in, John Warner. I appreciate it, man. Add ship to fleet. So, okay, so what's weird is that this is the only function where we're incrementing this total ship for the fleet. And the data that gets pointed to, thanks for the follow, man. The data that gets pointed to on the JavaScript side is very clear that there's only one ship on this fleet, on the player fleet. That makes complete sense. We win the battle and then we assign a captain. So maybe it's part of assigning a captain. But like and we do a return. Like it shouldn't continue after this. And it doesn't. We know that because we have the console logs. Like let me do it again. Right? So if we go fleet ID there and then we go this, okay? And then we'll go console log format and then we'll do we'll just do like this, add ship to fleet. So we know what function this is and what the values are pre and post. Okay, so we're just going to do this and we'll do it like this, right? So we do one console log before we increment and one console log after we increment. And you know what? Just in case, we'll pop it in here. I don't even know. I don't actually think this is going to run. So we'll just go console log Boogeyman. All right. So we'll just really make sure that this function is good to go. But the only time that this happens is if during the battle I assign a captain to a ship. So maybe I got to look at the assignment. Oops. Assign captain to ship. Assign captain. Let me see what I've got here. It would be. So where am I? Assign captain fleet ship right here. Oh fuck. Oh fuck me. Oh fuck me. Fucking hell. Motherfucking hell. Motherfuck. Motherfuck. Just fucking hell. Just fucking hell. Shit. Shit. Shut up, D-Daver. Shut up. This 100% fixes the problem. 100%. We one-shotted this, boys. First try, we one-shotted this, all right? Fuck, I can't believe I did that. Assign a captain to the ship. Go. Exit. Let's try minus. Shut up, laugh. Fucking hell. Okay. So, I need to take a lesson from this. This is the lesson. I have two different ways of manipulating the data in the game. Not you. How's it going, brother? Spiro, does your game have a lot of semen? Yes. Copious amounts. Don't forget the boogeyman. Thank you, John. This is the problem. I thought it would be smart, because it kind of is, to have the JavaScript that runs the game here, to have direct access to the memory in the game. And I've done that by taking structs out of my code and during the compilation process, creating classes, JavaScript classes that map on to the WebAssembly memory as part of the compilation process. So that's great. It's cool because then I can just raw access the memory, and that's fantastic. I can make adaptations to the game as I go along and on the fly, and I can test things out. And so you can see like game data armor comes from a struct, armor struct from the C code, and just directly maps the memory. I don't have to do a damn thing. I have a C file that's part of my compilation process. It does it. The downside is that when I go do proof of concept shit and I go, hey, what happens when after the end of the battle, I assign a captain to a ship? Hey, we should increment it. And then I put in stupid little to-dos because I think I'm going to get back to it and fix it and go, to-do, fix this shit. And then I don't. And then I go and restructure into fat structs because I then further just very quite stupidly broke things down into really tiny structs, which was also a bad move, right? And so I create some more fatter structs, and then I do that, and then I fuck myself over. You should have some kind of guard to make sure you don't exceed max something limits, though. I do. Well, actually, I don't. Self-derailed. You're actually, you're right. You're right, D-Daver. I don't. I actually don't. This is quite true. Nope. No, D-Daver, I'm still good. Here's why. Max fleet ships, if you look at the const here. Let's find it wherever it is. So max fleet ships is 100, right? When you look at max fleet ships, when I create it as part of my struct for the fleet, you can see right here. It's an array of ship IDs, U32, which is honestly a bigger data size than what I need. It sets it to 100, right? That's what max fleet ships is. So I have an array of 100 possible values pointing to ships in the system. When I go to add ship to fleet, I go through all the available 100 entries in that array and I find a spot that's open. That means that this code will actually never execute nor increment total ships unless there's a free spot inside of that array of 100 spots, which means that I should never actually exceed. That means that I don't actually need a check, at least not in here, of like, intended, where I do something like, I'll show you, like, intended increment is equal to this plus 1, and then you go if intended increment, I don't know, this is dumb, is greater than max, right? Fleet ships, right? And then you have to, and then you, like, I don't need that check because the increment and decrement functions are only match up with the number of available versus non-available slots. Hey Baldy, how's it going, man? Good to see you. What are fat structs? I'll show you in a second because I'm gonna go into one right now. If the array is full, it just does nothing and you will never know. Fuck, that's a good point. Shit. Okay. Could not find a free slot in fleet to add ship. We'll do that. I need to think about this a bit more, but you bring up a good point, Daver, because one of the things I have to consider is, do I want to tackle something like this on the C side or on the UI side of the game? I would argue that on the UI side of the game, that's something I'd want to have as a UI driven element, which is, do you even have enough ships, or sorry, do you even have enough slots available in your fleet to accept a ship? And if you don't, that should be more of a UI mechanism. That's just off the cuff. I don't know if I like that, but I got to think about that. But you do bring up a good point, which is how would I even know? So hopefully the console log here, if we reach the end of this function, it means that we did not actually find a free slot in the array of free slots. So I'll get notified about it. At least we can start there and build up and figure out, like, where's an appropriate place to deal with this scenario. I got to think about that. Okay, so Baldy, to answer your question, what's a fat struct? Here's an example of a fat struct versus a thin struct. What would be a good one? I have a few to tackle. Let me just go see data armor. Yeah. Let's just try this. So you can see here, I have two structs, right? I've got a struct called data weapon. That's one struct. And then I have a struct called data armor, which is another struct. You'll note that these two structs have a huge overlap in terms of fields or parameters that are in the struct. They both have an ID, they both have a name ID, and they both have a base price. There's only one difference between them, which is that one has a stat called power and one has a stat called defense. They also share the same macro generated functions, as well as very much the same kinds of, like, arrays that you would store the number of structs. So you can think of it as like arrays of structs in this case. They share pretty much everything here in terms of storage, etc. Maybe not exactly like the same number of weapons to armor or whatever it is. Do I need to do this? And so this is something that I'm considering. Like, here we have a special item. What is this, right? It's just another struct for an item. I could take armor, weapon, and special item, and I could just do a fat struct, meaning I could go, we'll do it right now. Type dev struct Attribute, sure, packed. And so we could go ID, name ID, base price. And then we can go, if we want to, we could do a type, right? So we could do type ID, which could point to a set of enum values, potentially, but we don't really truly need that. If we're really, 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 really clever and disciplined, we could just go power, defense, some other stat. And what we can do is go, well, if we default, so here we're going to call it a data item, right? And it's just called a data item, and that's it. If we notice that an item has a power value that's greater than 0, right? So if this is greater than 0, then it's highly likely that this is a weapon. If the defense is greater than 0, it's highly likely that this is an armor, etc. Now, you do run into some issues, which is like, well, what if you have both? What if they're both like that? Well, then you've probably screwed something up in your code, and you're going to need to sort that out, which means you have to stay disciplined and make sure you're on top of it. Another way to get around that is if even these two are both greater than 0, maybe you do actually want that, in which case you could change the type ID, and that might be why you want to have a type ID, which is that your enum just becomes an integer value that you can map onto the type. There's all kinds of other ways to slice up this entire struct, so that instead of having multiple structs for each individual type of item, you put all the possible attributes that all items in your game could have in one struct. That you could call a fat struct. What I did when I first started doing the proof of concept for the game is I thought, well, it'd be a lot easier for me to create individual arrays with a maximum value of like how many number of pieces of armor, pieces of weapons, etc. I could hold. But I don't actually need that. Ultimately, it's too thin. Like it creates too much complexity, because one of the things you have to imagine now is a shop. So in a shop, let me see if I can go data general shop. Wait, data shop. Maybe data. Where's the shop stuff? That's an inventory item. Where the hell is my shop struct? I have a shop struct somewhere for shops, right? So what you have to imagine now is that with a shop, you have to go and figure out like what type of struct or structs are you going to include as part of the inventory of that shop. And then you have to point to all these different structs and go, well, you're going to have like 2 of this type of struct, and then 3 of this type of struct, and then maybe 1 of this type of struct, and that's all your items. And so you have to do this cross-relational thing of like inventory to type of struct to ID, etc., etc., etc. This is a lot easier because all you have to do is go just generate a bunch of item structs. That becomes the inventory of the shop, and then you can just filter by all those inventory items, right? So that's what some of the benefits of a fat struct and so on. What's up, Brian? It's not clean code. Yeah, bitmask is another way. You can have a shield that can do defend and damage. Absolutely, right? So instead of a variant tagged union, you're using sentinel values in the base object to infer a derived object. I'm using sentinel values. So what I would do is I have this thing called clear struct right here. Wait, where is it? Here. And I go through all the parameters of a struct and I set them to sentry. I call it sentry, which is sentinel. It's what people typically say sentinel. I just call it sentry because I just like it. But it would be the -1 value or the max of U32. So if we look at what sentry is, it's this, uint32 max. If I see uint32 max as any value inside any field in the struct, I know that it's a value that I can ignore, which means it's not a set value, because 0 could actually be a legitimate value. That's why you would typically use a sentinel, right? Because you would say, well, 0 could be a legitimate value for a value of a particular portion of your code. So you can't use 0 as a negation of its truthfulness, but you can use uint32 max as a negation of its truthfulness. And so that's what I do. So when I generate a struct, like if I'm going to generate the data item struct, I'm going to set all of these to Sentry as a default value. And if I check that the Sentry is the default value, then I know that it's not this, right? But I don't even have to do that. I could just go through all the parameters. Like I can slice this up in a number of different ways. I'm putting it that way, right? So my Sentry/Sentinel value tells me that I don't care about defense. If this ends up being greater than 0, or in this case, even 0, right? This could be 0. It could be the weakest frickin' weapon on the planet, but still be a planet, right? So I can check for 0 because that could be a truthy value, even though 0 is usually considered like a falsy value. That's what you would use it for, right? But I don't care. I actually want some things to be 0 and still be considered a weapon. So I fat struct it. I set it all to Sentinel values. The Sentinel value tells me it ain't no good, or I don't care about this value. And there you go, right? You could pattern match on structs. Individual ones would be good, but it's C++. Ew, get out of here. Get out of here with your C++. Could you also just have a macro function over the struct creation of those repeatable fields? John, I think I kind of answered that with a clear struct, right? Is that what you're talking about? My clear struct function does that. I pass in a pointer to a struct, and then I go through all of its field members, right? And then I get a pointer to its field member, and I set it to the value that I want, and I always set it to Sentry. I could even simplify this and just say default is Sentry, but sometimes I want to do something like a clear struct, and I could go data item, and if I do want to set it as a default is 0, like that, right? But I usually go Sentry. What about type ID plus union? I could do that. My enum values. Okay, here's kind of why I'm not doing it. I'm not doing union stuff because, yeah, no problem, Baldy. Yeah, I'll have a look at it. I'll have a look at that link, man. In a minute, Ryan. The reason why I don't use unions is because it's easier for me to extract enum values out of the code and put it into a big block of array values in JavaScript. I'll kind of explain what I mean here. So if I go game strings. Wait, no, is it strings? Yeah, here. These are strings that I have, and they're automatically extracted out of my enum values. Oh, crap. Where is it? Here, this. This is enum, these are all enum values. They're when I compile, they automatically get put into this flat array of game strings. And from there, what I can do is I can determine that one of these, like game strings 0, empty, means a particular type of string to me. It could, and I can translate this. So I can, that's why I have the strings here, where I take the value of whatever the game strings are, the enum values, and I can translate the game however I want, or make them strings, like whatever I want to do with them, right? So enum values serve two purposes for me. They serve as, inside of the C code, they serve as integer values that I can use to do things like types and whatever. And I have to clean this up because there's a lot of values in here, which I don't even really need to make it as complicated as I have here. I can simplify this quite a bit. And I can also translate them in JavaScript. So when I do something like, what would it be? Let's go ship. Sure, we'll get ship number 7. You're right. I have to do new. When I go ship.getName, it converts the enum value from the integer into whatever string value I've given it on the JavaScript side, balsa. which means then that I can go and do this for any rendering mechanism I want, and my C code does not have to care about the string. All the C code has to care about is what are these integer values, and I can go and figure out what they are for myself, and they're all named, which means that I don't have to worry about like number 1, number 2, number 3. I don't lose track. I can shift these around. I can move good iron ore over here, good iron ore, and it won't have any effect. The entire game just plays like normal. The number values don't matter. I can just restructure this however the hell I want, and all of the number values stay exactly the same back to front, all of it. So I don't think I can get the exact same effect out of tagged unions. I'm gonna look at that though, because maybe I can, but I don't know. Yeah, but so you don't repeat yourself for ID, name ID. I'm not sure I follow, John, because I think the clear struct does this, right? Unless you're just agreeing with me, in which case I'm misunderstanding you. My clear struct function here doesn't care about all the individual, like I don't have to specify it. I just have to pass the pointer to the struct itself, and it goes through the entirety of the struct. Maybe I'm not following you, John. Yeah, Spiro's using this game to argue a point. So the way it's set up is critical to understanding some of this setup, some of this stuff. The game is almost like a REST API. Right. Yeah, there's a very specific reason why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. Actually, there's multiple specific reasons. And I know it seems awkward and weird at first glance, because it is. It absolutely is. These are things that you typically wouldn't do as like a standard way of building a game out like this, but I do it on purpose because there's a point that I'm trying to make here. And the point is that there are other ways to do, like you can take far simpler paradigms and carry them a lot farther, if that makes sense. Don't repeat yourself is not a worthy goal. It has uses, but I kind of generally agree that yeah, sometimes it's perfectly fine to repeat yourself. Yeah, it's like there's like no issues. Is it a little bit annoying? Oh, sure, yeah, it's a little bit annoying. Can it seem counterintuitive? Yep, it can. But when you do the don't repeat yourself thing, you're also adding in another thing. Like you're adding in another limitation. Ryan's right. You're adding in another limitation that you're not considering. So it's a trade-off, isn't it? So you're going, well, I don't want to see this code over and over and over again and then have to make a change in one place and then repeat it 3 different times. That's fine. But then what happens is that the problem then is that you create an abstraction, right? And so then you lose sight of the abstraction. And then when you do have to go back into that abstraction or reuse the abstraction, it can become a problem, right? It was just a question about the struct definitions. Okay, I see, John. John, let me know if I'm misunderstanding you about the repeating the. John, I think I'm just misunderstanding you, man. I think this is on me, brother. I think you're kind of agreeing with the fat struct thing, aren't like because what I'm saying is if I take armor, weapon, whatever it is, here special item, and I put it into a fat struct, you're saying that's a good thing because then I don't have to repeat ID, name price, base price. I just do it in one fat struct instead of 3. I think I guess I'm just misunderstanding. I'm missing the context there. It's hard when you're streaming and you got to talk with chat, and chat goes faster than you, or you go faster than chat. So I apologize if I'm misunderstanding you. But I think you're pointing out that this is good. This has an additional benefit, a fat struct, and that you don't have to repeat a bunch of these things, which again, I'm repeating, right? Yeah. It's not the end all be all, but it does point to something that's like, do I really need to repeat them? No, I can do plenty with a fat struct. I don't need to have a bunch of structs to represent all the different types of items. I work in a huge code base, and it's far easier for me to recognize copy-pasted code than it is to traverse through 7 levels of inheritance and keep that mental stack forever. Yeah. Yeah. I think he means still create them individually, but create a macro that builds the repeated part. Is that what you mean, John? Yeah, basically. Oh, you create a macro to re. Okay, so John, you create a macro and you create a bunch of structs, and they all share a similar set of parameters. And so you let the macro create the similar parameters, and then you can add additional specific parameters. No, it's okay, John. This if you I know you're new. I just want you to know, John, this is the stream. Yeah, Ryan's right. If you watch the video game stuff that I do, we literally agonize over every little thing. Just so that you don't feel so bad, John, I am not joking. We have at one time opened up Godbolt. We went in here and we wrote code to we wrote a flat array versus a struct so we could get the assembly output so that we could determine whether a flat array has any kind of performance benefit over a struct. So, and we spent like 6 or 8 hours or something on that. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Have a good night. So you're among company, all right? So okay. So John, I'm gonna repeat the question to you because I want to make sure I got this right. You tell me if I got it right. The more code he writes on stream, the more WeChat has failed. Correct. Laughfully is correct. Your question is why not take data special item, data armor, data weapon? Let's use those three as an example. Why not take those three structs and create a macro, and the macro would create all three structs, and it would create ID, name ID, base price for all three. Then the macro could take optional additional members. So if you're doing the weapon one, you could pass in power. If you're doing the armor one, you could pass in defense. If you're doing special item, you could pass in base or nothing. And so the macro creates all three and automates away ID, name ID, base price. That's the question, right? I want to make sure I got this right. Close. Just a macro to set up the initial base struct, regardless of which, then takes args for anything specific. But how would that look like, though, John? Right? Think about this. Create struct. Let's pretend the macro exists. I would have to then do something like create struct, and then I would have to pass in at least a few additional fields to this macro, right? I would have to pass in something like it would be, let me think about this for a second. Armor. Power. It'd be like this, right? And then it would be, no, not power, it'd be defense, sorry. And then it would be weapon. Power. And then it would just be a straight up special item. Like that. Yeah, I see where you're going, D-Daver. That could actually be another way where you do the struct in where you do the macro inside of the struct for base fields. Is this more aligned with what you're thinking, John? Right here. This is kind of general, but like you'd have to pass in things like what kind of, Is it a U32, you know, or is it an I32 or whatever? But let's just generalize it and pretend we don't need to worry about it. It'd be kind of like this. Let me know if I'm right so far, because like I want to make sure I got your thinking correct. Yeah, just as then, if ID name ID changed or needed an extra prop, only changing the macro and not every struct individually. Okay, John. All right. And also DDAVR as well. This presupposes something. This would be my counter argument. This presupposes that you actually need to have these three structs. So just looking at my specific scenario, do I need three different structs to represent these three items? To me, what these three structs indicate is that there is such little variance between them that I don't need to create all three. I just need to create one fat one, which entirely removes the need for a macro at all. So that's the first question I would ask is, why do you need to macro out a bunch of structs with default base fields? Are there more base fields than there are individual or specific fields? Or are there more specific fields than base fields? And so then you would have to ask the question, at the very least, ask an educated question about why you have so many different structs to begin with. However, if we assume that you have more specific fields than base fields, and it just so happens that you also share base fields, then I would probably lean more towards what DDAVR is suggesting, which is something like this. Let's just pseudocode it. It would be a struct, and then you would go, let me see what he's got here. Yeah, it'd be like that. So you'd go base item fields. And then you would most likely, in an ideal scenario from my perspective, you'd have a bunch of fields. Sorry, I did that wrong here. Crap. Right? It'd be like a whole bunch of these. And your base fields would probably be like 2 or 3 or something like that. You know, a small limited set of fields, and they all share them. And that to me then you're starting to make a lot more sense to me as to why you might want to consider a macro so you don't have to repeat the fields over and over again. The issue with me doing that here, so I'm not actually arguing against this, nor am I really, truly arguing against the creation of macros, using macros to create structs. It's not the most terrible thing in the world to do it this way, but I would encourage you to think about your data structure then if you're having to do one of these two things. However, I have a special scenario that kind of limits my ability to do that. Yeah, it really depends on the number of structs uses. I have no idea if it's 3 or 300. Sometimes it can be a wash. Like sometimes you can't really tell just by looking at the data. Sometimes you don't know until you're a bit deeper into the program or like the creation of the program. Sometimes you can tell right away. Like I can tell right away. I should have been able to tell right away. What the hell am I doing here? I have 3 structs. They share minimum 3 members each, and 2 of them have 1 unique field. Like I don't need to be doing this crap. I don't need to break them out. I can create a much simpler 1 struct and get everything I need. And it's way simpler to deal with 1 struct, right? So sometimes you can tell, sometimes you can't. I have a special circumstance that limits me from being able to do, especially this. I can't do this. And I don't think I can do this. The reason why is because I'm in WebAssembly land. In WebAssembly land, you have some limitations on what's considered macroable during compilation. Even if these work, which I think they might actually work if I just ignored all the other things that I needed, what I would not be able to do, I would not be able to map. Let me just go struct extractor. I would not be able to go to my struct extractor, which goes and looks at the structs inside my file, and then extract that out to this. The associated JavaScript classes that map directly onto the WebAssembly memory for those structs. Because my struct extractor in C is not able to determine what structs exist at runtime via macros, because it's not at runtime, it's at compile time, which means that the structs and the macros have not yet been run. So I have kind of induced my own limitation here, where in order to get ease of use in relation to JavaScript, so that I don't have to do a bunch of stupid crap and create a bunch of stupid glue and it's just automated away as part of the compilation process, I need to have my structs pretty much defined up front. So I have to doubly question what structs I use and how I use them because of a self-induced limitation as part of the project. So this is kind of a unique case. If you're talking more generally, using a macro to create these structs and whatnot, I don't think that's like a bad thing. I think that can be quite useful in at least some instances. And DDAVR suggestion is also good. Use a macro to put it in the struct and use the macro to generate the things in the struct and then add on top of that. That's also a good way to do it. But I just can't do it because I need my structs up front, right? So I have to really, really, really think hard about what the hell I'm doing with all of my structs. Hopefully that makes some sense. That just looks like using an Odin. Struct A, accent, struct B, using A. Yeah, that's right. Odin does that. That's right. Actually, let's pull that up. In Odin, Odin struct using. Is it here? No, that's not it. Using with structs. Yeah, right here. Right? And so here you go, you can create a struct that uses another struct, right? And so that's not a bad thing, right? Chicken or egg, nice, yeah. But yeah, it makes sense what you're saying. Okay. I'm glad I understood. This is perfect. We want people like you here, Joe. When I do these video game streams, we want derailment. We want to ask questions and get to the nitty-gritty and really break it the hell down. And it doesn't matter if it takes hours, we'll do it. So please derail me. DDever, your interop generator thing could also account for the macro specifically, but I get that it kind of gets clusterfucked at that point. Yeah, it gets really, really strange. Because then what I would have to do, right, DDever, think about what I would have to do in order to do my interop thing. I would have to read the struct. So in here, in my struct extractor, I would have to go in, read the struct, and then translate what the struct does to generate the structs at compile time for runtime usage to map to JavaScript. That it like you know it gets wild at that point. So I'm like, no, I ain't doing that. All I want, and it's fortunately or unfortunately, you could think of it as a blessing but also as a curse. I have to have the easiest path is having my structs up front sorted out really, really properly as possible, and defer any amount of additional complexity until I really have to. And this was the easiest way. Just keep your structs defined up front, super easy to read, and super easy to create a JavaScript class that maps onto the WASM memory. So everything is just fast, right? At some point, I might run into a wall here, but so far so good. So we'll see how far it takes me. But that's kind of the premise of the entire stream is if you remove all third parties, if you remove all libraries, if you remove all the guardrails and the crutches and the, all of that stuff, just first principles, just work through it. It doesn't matter how long it takes and how stupid we collectively are, or just me, because I'm pretty stupid. Can we figure this out from first principles and move forward so that we can get to this point? And here we are. We basically have all the functionality in the game sorted out. Everything, battles, economy, everything. Like we figured out so much with no third party libraries, none, zero. Hardware acceleration turned off, like nothing. So like yeah, that this is good because I like how we're doing this, but unfortunately, it does mean that there are times where I'm having to pull my hair out figuring things out. Anyways, that was good. That was a good derailment. Thank you, John. That was fun. Um, okay. All right. So I'm gonna keep going. You guys can keep asking questions or whatever. I'm gonna keep going here. So clearly, thanks, Frankie. Thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. That's real kind of you. Let me refresh my beverages. All right. Do you guys want to be in charge of chat? Do you guys want to have like a little your own chat for a minute? You guys want to do that? I'll give you guys your own chat. Here. Just be careful. Please be terms of service friendly. Just because I multi-stream, don't say anything too crazy. I ask of you. Um, here, chat's in charge of the stream for a minute. I'll be back. I worked on an MMO a while back that used macros for all classes. It was just a pain to debug, but worth it overall. It can be a pain, yeah, because then you have to you have to translate the macros to what they mean when they're compiled, and it creates like a debugging understanding issue, but it saves time in terms of keyboard strokes. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, I get it. I get it. He's using gaming to draw us in for another 2 hour debate. Yeah, TMX, you don't know it, but we constantly have debates on my video game streams. TMX, you don't know it because you haven't been around long enough. But how are you doing, man? Good to see you. But we constantly have debates on here for hours. We've debated arrays versus structs for hours here. Okay, I'll be right back. You guys are in charge. Good luck. You know what, John? John, you're in charge of chat, John. All right? I'm putting you in charge of chat. Dear Lord, help me. I would put Nacor in charge, but he's a piece of shit. Nacor, you're a piece of shit. Okay, I don't accept you're a better programmer than me, even though you knew the problem before I did. Okay, fuck you, Nacor. Fuck you. John, you're in charge of chat. All right, boys. Coming back. Coming back. Behave yourselves. Behave yourselves. Oh man, you guys really, holy crap, hang on. Um okay, one thing at a time. One thing at a time, all right? Let me see here. What are those low tier answers? What do you mean? One of my buds uses AI for coding. Told me yesterday how you can't really use it much. How he can't really use it for much at all other than getting little samples, and he was pro AI early on. Reality cometh. Yep, people are going to realize how much of a wall LLMs take him to. A bit I'm a dinner. Okay, what's everyone's main language they're using? Oh, the answers to this question. Odin. Yeah, learn some Odin, John. Yeah, or C or both. Doesn't pay you enough. It's true. Sophie72 on YouTube. How are you doing? I don't think I've seen you before, Sophie. Welcome in. AI will ruin our future if we don't react now. Already seen criminal behavior behind AI created videos looking like popular kid game characters from kids games or movies on YouTube Kids. Yeah, Sophie, if you go on my YouTube, well, because you're there on my YouTube channel, I have a daily tech news stream. One of the things I covered is, well, let me see if I can find it on, where would it be? Let me do this. I have a website called Enlightened Programming. Um, it's I'll show you, Sophie. It's this website. So I do a daily tech news stream, and I go over on those daily tech news streams, which I do 5 days a week. Although I'm gonna knock that down probably to 3 days a week, around 2 p.m. PST. I go over scientific articles, I go over surveys, I go over statistics, etc. And just general articles too, news items, cybersecurity issues, all kinds of stuff, a lot of stuff around AI, and I read it all. Sometimes we read scientific studies word for word, the whole thing. It's boring as hell, but it gives us a lot of insight into how these things operate. So one of the articles that I went over is, let me see if I can do this right here. This would be, what, 80, 84, I think, and it'd be here. And let me see if I can pop this open. So if I go a little close, actually, no, do I need to do it that way? Let me just see here. Let me pop this open. Is it like this? Yes. Okay. So if I pop this open, crap, I can't remember which one it is. Oh, that's gonna turn so many. I can't remember. I'm gonna have to find it. But there is one article I went over on that Daily Tech News stream, and it covered exactly that. I swear I have it in my record somewhere on here, and the article was exactly what you're talking about. It was exactly that. AI generating a bunch of really weird, sick, twisted shit, where like it starts off with like Elsa from Frozen, and she's like singing a nice song or something like that, and then like a dog comes in and it's like happy cheerful for the first 30 seconds, and then the dog starts eating Elsa, and then Elsa is like pregnant and the dog eats her. I don't It's like really really weird, like super fucked up shit. um and I talk about all kinds of other stuff, like a journalist who rented an Airbnb, like a romantic getaway Airbnb, and invited three couples over. The three couples were just three humans with their couple counterpart as an AI avatar. and they were very, very genuinely emotionally invested in their relationships. They would cry at the thought of the AI avatar like passing away or just not existing anymore. There was almost a lawsuit against one company when the company changed the AI model so that the people who were in some cases actually married to the AI avatar for real, they lost the behavior that they became accustomed to having as part of their human relationship avatar. They almost sued the company, and so the company gave them an option to go back to pre-changed, pre-altered AI models so that they could get back to the thing that they think they're married to. This stuff is absolutely insane, man. Absolutely insane. So that's what I do. If you like that kind of stuff, like and subscribe. Go on Enlightened Programming for $10 a month. Right here in the tip section, you can get access to all the content. It's all searchable, just like I'm doing here. So, for example, I could go like I don't know, something about like, okay, police shut down kid flicks. And you can go right here. You can see the article I pull up. You can filter by, all the news I have. It's all searchable for you. If you ever want to have evidence of stuff I've covered, you want to have scientific studies, you want to know the difference. Does TypeScript actually give you a benefit over JavaScript? I've gone over the scientific studies on that, bros. I've done it. You can go on here and you can find it, right? All of that. Yeah. Let me catch up on chat. Freaking hell. Okay, TSJS. Frankie, should I block you for that, Frankie? Just kidding, just kidding. C sharp, use English. TSJS, C sharp, GD script. Yeah, for all you TS lovers, I've gone over the studies. Does TypeScript give you any benefits over just plain JavaScript? I've gone over that study. Looking into WASM for 3D, yeah, that's good. Low tier answers, yeah. Put the guy in charge that speaks other languages that I couldn't understand anything he said, yeah. Sir, frickin' Ryan always. I'm here for the first time, Norwegian. Yeah, good to have you here, Sophie. Thanks for popping in. YouTube Kids has always been like that. Yeah, it has always been like that, but the problem is that with AI, you can do that more and in a more variety of ways. That's really the problem. It's the same argument people make against AI. Okay, but there's always been bad developers who produce bad code. Sure. Do we just want to lean into that more and just give them a tool to generate more bad code in a higher variety of ways? Is that really the answer? I spent 45 years in the industry, last 30 being WEG coding. I hate how tools won over knowledge. And that's why AI has a long way to go before it really works on a large scale. Too much noise. Web coding. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Bricky? Good to see you, Bricky. What's going on, man? Good to see you, Bricky. I feel like the platforms are just not capable of keeping up with AI content issues. Nobody can, John. Nobody can. Nobody can keep up with AI content stuff. It's kind of like what Frankie's saying. It's a very similar type of thing. It's noise. It's just noise. Frankie's right. It's noise. There's no actual value in it. And again, Frankie and John, since you're new here, I have an entire Enlightened Programming playlist on my YouTube. You can type in !YouTube, or you can go on Discord, !Discord. You're welcome to hop in on Discord. I'll help you out. If you don't want to pay $10 a month, maybe because like it's too much, I get it. I used to be homeless. I'm self-taught. I'm a high school dropout. I've taught myself everything. So I get it. $5 can be a meal for the day. So if you want to have access to Enlightened Programming so you can see all the data, I've got you, man. But it's all there. You can search for it. I've gone over the studies. AI is a net negative to everything. Everything it touches, it becomes a net negative. And it does so at an exceedingly alarmingly fast, rapid pace. I didn't say that right. It's just a new form of masturbation, yeah. Yeah, it's Bricky. Yeah, man, Bricky. Good to see you. Not long ago, I saw a woman marry a tree. Yeah, I know where you saw that, Sophie. Yeah, on the Whatever podcast with Andrew. Yeah, where the woman literally married the tree. Wait, no, that's the woman that had the relationship with the tree. That I might be mistaken. Yes. Did you guys see this? The woman who married the Berlin Wall? You guys don't, I don't think you guys know about this. A woman married Berlin Wall. We went over this on a Daily Tech News stream right here. We went over it. Woman who married the Berlin Wall. It happened. Yeah. Yeah. And she found it oppressive when the Berlin Wall was taken down. And she keeps a piece of the Berlin of her husband with her at all times. Yeah, this is a real thing. I want my old hard drive back. When you could Bitcoin, yeah, for fun. Spiro's wife married a dipstick. I think I would be the first to agree with that, Nacor. I am the luckiest guy on the fucking planet to have the wife that I do. I have no idea why she sticks around. Okay, I kind of maybe just a little bit do. I kind of do. It's the massive pain. But aside from that, before you ban me, I'm mostly on the vanilla side, working on a kind of Lego brick for webcode. Yeah, I'm not gonna ban you, Frankie. No, man. I'm really just a grandma worried about my grandkids. My only scripting XP is from Ylands. Nice. That was the one she married the wall and then a fence. Yeah, I mean, I'm worried about my kids too. Yeah, and I worry about it. I worry about everybody. I worry about your kids, my kids, the people around me, etc. Right? Because the problem is that software, even before AI, has a huge impact on people's lives. That's why I do the Daily Tech News stream. So if we just go back to that for just a moment. So, well, crap. Maybe not this one. Maybe let's open this one up. So in here, one of the things I do is talk about, here, how about ambulance? Yeah. The 1992 London ambulance failure. Or how about like Therac, Therac 25. So the Therac 25 was a radiation machine, an X-ray radiation machine to help, not X-ray, just a radiation machine to help people um, to battle cancer. And there was a software issue. There was actually a series of software issues, including one hardware issue that was just a neglectful thing that literally ended people's lives. At 404, it's a term we use, 404 not found. It ended people's lives. This stuff has an impact on people's lives such that they can literally lose their lives. And people underestimate the power that they have as software developers, programmers. It affects you as a programmer, you also as a consumer, so it doubly affects you. It affects your friends, your family, your kids, society. And these kinds of tools, programming tools, are used for propaganda. They're used to push certain agendas. They're used for societal effects. They're used in cybersecurity. They're used in military warfare, etc., etc., etc. This entire field is used in such dramatic ways, it can have life-altering impacts at societal, national, even global levels. That's why I do what I do, because I really fucking care about this. It means a lot to me. And that's even if you just neglect all of the typical things that people hate about the current state of the tech industry, which is like, why is like ideology in my video games? Why is everything bloated? Why do I have to have a day one patch? Why do I have to download 600 gigs? Why is everything buggy? Why are websites so slow? Why does software suck? Why do I have so many ads and subscriptions? Why does everyone sell my data? That's once you get past that point, if you can even get past that point, the amount of power that software has in general is absolutely mind-blowing. People don't understand. Well, a lot of people don't understand this. So I do these streams because I cover all of these damn things and how AI is just making all of this shit worse. The Berlin Wall woman, yeah. Damien, good to see you, Damien. I think you're new here. One question: how do I end up self-teaching programming? Try to find some resources, but there's too much junk to go through. I feel like if language matters, C, but I want general rules, ideas. So here's what you do, Damien. What you do is you take one of the craziest things that you can think of that's really, really cool to you, that you would be willing to get up every morning and work on it. You start there. Whatever project that is. Like, it would be really, really cool if I could build X, Y, or Z in whatever programming language I want. Then what you do is you try and build that thing. And you have to accept two things. You will never ever finish it, and it will never ever be perfect. That's okay. Start with C. Absolutely start with C, or you just start with basic fundamentals of programming. I'm going to be this coming week I'm going to be doing a stream where I do the last introduction to programming anybody will ever need. Go learn the laws of logic. Just go read them. The 3 laws of logic, go learn those, jump into C and tackle a crazy project. That's going to make you like an unstoppable force in programming. So start there. Learn the laws of logic, go pick up C, and then do a crazy project. I'm going to do like a 10-minute thing live on stream. It's going to be very extemporaneous. I tried to do the scripting thing. It's just not authentic to me. So we're just going to record it live, and then I'll put it up as a separate video, and it'll be the last tutorial you ever need as an intro to programming. If you watch that video when I make it, hopefully this next coming week, I'll be teaching you some things that you won't learn from any other tutorial anywhere ever, period. And very simple, super simple stuff. All of those options seem better than marrying a witch. Yeah. Flying broom would really help with my commute though. It kind of would, Nacor. Yeah. Imagine the skyscraper in New York collapsed before the student redid the stat calculations. Yeah. She became unwell and broke the because I will only say this once, but we would love to see some more players over in Wylands, hoping to stop them before closing the game. It's a non-toxic game alternative for many. Hope it's okay I said that. What is Wylands? I have this project since 2004. You're right. It never ends. And yeah, just accept that. It never ends. The point isn't to end it. The point is to learn a crap load of stuff along the way. That's what Damien's going to get out of it. He's going to be motivated to work on it every day because it's an exciting thing that there's a chance he'll get to it. And then he just accepts the stuff that typically stops people from continuing a project like that, which is fine. It doesn't have to be perfect, and it doesn't. You're never going to complete it. It's okay. That's not the point. The point is to do the practice of the thing, right? You exercise it. Let me look up Wylands here. I don't know what Wylands is. Is Wylands a game? Are you talking about the game, Sophie? I'm not sure what you're talking about. You'll have to here. I'm gonna take chat off now. Okay, I did my spiel. I'm gonna go back to programming. I'm not sure what Wylands is because I see a game, but I don't see. Lovely game, ton of content. I have more than 11,000 hours in Wylands. Great for kids that want to learn scripting. Ah, okay. You know what I'll do, Sophie? I'll look this up. I don't know anything about it, so it's fine. I don't mind you talking about it. I'll look this up off stream. And if it's something that I think would be helpful to talk about, I'll talk about it. Right? But I'll look it up off stream. I like to take things slow, give them time and pick them apart, and get to know them. So yeah, it's like learning piano. I just keep learning. C is a great fundamental language. Yeah. Yeah. When you've learned like how C operates and why it operates the way it does, you get an understanding of like just about anything else, honestly, really just about anything else in terms of programming. Damien says, I don't really want to do any specific project. I'm just finding ideas or stuff on the internet currently, and I'm just doing it. Right now I'm doing terminal based, but I wish to get to graphical eventually. Okay, that's fine, Damien. Here's, again, I would still say this. Go read what the 3 laws of logic are. Go read that. Make sure you understand what the 3 laws of logic are. If you've got 2 brain cells, which is 1 brain cell more than I have, you should be able to pick it up within minutes. It should be a quick read, and it should make absolute sense. Pick that up, then go learn a bit of C, like I have on my screen right now, and do some basic stuff in C, and you're going to be ahead of so many developers in the programming space today. You will be way ahead, and then you can kind of figure out what you want to do from there. Do you want to use what you learned to do a terminal project? Absolutely go do that. Do you want to do a website? You can go ahead and do that. See, the stuff you're going to learn translates to all these other things. Graphic stuff, it will translate to it. You're going to learn a ton. Okay, let me take a sip of the beverages I refreshed. By the way, the Lego brick, I meant literally actually. I spent all those years removing stuff from it until I got to what I regard the core of web coding. It's my 2 cents. I'm biased. Um, okay, I think I see what you're saying. You removed a bunch of crap from the current state of web industry where they've complicated a bunch of things, and you're just down to what you think is core stuff. That's good. That's a good. I may disagree with where you ended up with as like a disagreement of minutia, but I really wholeheartedly agreed with the approach you took to get there because there are plenty of frameworks, languages, abstractions, etc., that encourage complication. But that path where you go like, no, let's strip away the complication and go down to what is the bare minimum thing you absolutely need to get something out the door. Stop complicating things. That's great. That's why I like HTMX and Datastar. If you don't know what those are, just go look them up. HTMX and Datastar. I have disagreements on minutia of how they operate, but because they encourage the person who uses them to think simpler, not more complex, they're good, right? Yeah, Frankie, feel free to drop a link. Drop a link in chat, no problem. It's all good. Damien says, I will read the 3 laws of logic. I'll do my best to learn C. One limit I encountered, though, is that it is very hard for me to find the information I'm looking for, the basics and the language. So, I don't know, should I just vibe code the introduction? Should I just vibe code the introduction, the last introduction, the last tutorial to programming you ever need? Should I just do it right now? Because we could do it in a few minutes. I'll let Frankie, if Frankie wants to show something, I'll do it. But if you guys want me to do it, I'll do it right now. And then I'll just record it as a separate video and it'll become a tutorial video. It's only 3 essentials, micro components. Okay, let me have a look here. OOP approach to JS/TS programming. Microcomponents can be added to a DOM. Create a custom microcomponent class. The constructor, hello world. You get your element. You add the element. The MC attribute indicates the HTML element contains at least one microcomponent. It's an OOP approach. It's hierarchical with parent-children. Lets you define and use your own native web components. So does it use web components under the hood? It must. Custom element registry, that would be a web component. I recognize that as a web component. And so you have the on, yeah, you have the on connected and all of that, yeah. And so I guess you've created a layer just slightly above the native web component. Okay. It's completely, but if it will be a crash course, I'll need to rewatch the VOD if it will be available. I'll do it. It's you shouldn't, Damien. If I do it now, which I guess there's some people that would like me to do it now. You don't need to know anything, Damien. It's literally just you don't need to know anything about programming. I'll show you. But you can have as many as you want in one tag, even a standard tag, so you can compose functionality. Then that's where probably the OOP comes from, which is it's a hierarchy of components and maybe even lateral sibling components. And I see. Okay. That's pretty light. That's pretty light. Uh, I understand the OOP approach here because kind of the DOM is it kind of inherently OOP in a lot of ways. There's a hierarchy to a DOM structure, and so any element inside the DOM kind of has to have an OOP light at the very least. I don't like OOP, but I understand why. Yeah, this is super simple. This is super simple. It's just regular your native web components with like a minor addition on top, including form value two-way binding between them. Form values to bind them, enabling two-way data to yeah. Um I have to think about this one because I tend to lean towards using the HTML forms as their own state. An HTML form is a state in and of itself. But I gotta think about it. I gotta think about it. Anyway, this is the right direction. Bare minimum. Even like I said, even if I disagree with the minutia, this is the correct direction that I want people to think about, which is what's the simplest I can get this down to that gives me however much flexibility I want in the thing I'm trying to create. So it's a good starting point. I'm gonna look at this again off stream and see where this takes me. That's what I regard as basic. I guess I would argue that basic would be you don't need to add anything. That the browser and everything inside the browser, as it lives today, including JavaScript, um, is already everything you need. But that's kind of a disagreement in detail, as opposed to a general principle. Okay, well then I'll do the quick and dirty laws of logic intro to programming. Let me pull up this thing here. Um, hang on, I'll pull it up correctly so we have a good reference for it. Where is it? Logic. Okay, yada yada yada. Where the heck is it? Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, here we go. Here's the Wikipedia entry for logic. When you think about ones and zeros in your code or in your hardware or in software, or when you're watching a movie or when you're watching a TV show and you're considering or you're looking at stuff that's on screen and it's ones and zeros, and that's the typical way that that stuff is represented inside of the software space. What it implies underneath that some people don't fully understand, and understandably so, is that ones and zeros are just on-off switches on repeat across time. That's all it is. In some cases, that means on-off in terms of electrical signals in your hardware. And in some cases, that means that your electrical signals just have a bigger strength if it's 1 and a lower strength or a smaller strength if it's 0. That's all 1s and 0s are. When you're typing in code, you're using the laws of logic to convert some kind of subset of language into those 1s and 0s. All those 1s and 0s get executed on hardware via electrical signals. And so the 1s and 0s represent the translation of the code that you write to the electrical signals as on-off switches. I'm generalizing a bit here for the purpose of the tutorial. This is really simple. You have 3 rules of the laws of logic. The logic itself is used as a formulation of reasoning in order to determine whether something is true or it's false. There are other ways that you can use logic, as so you can use like a negation of something to determine its false value or truth value or things like this. However, just generally speaking, again, it is a formulation system or a system of formality that you can apply reasoning capabilities to come to a conclusion. There are three rules. The first rule, well, it's not even really the first rule, but we have the law of excluded middle. So let's just go look this up. Laws of logic, law of excluded middle. Okay. So the law of excluded middle states that either the proposition or its negation is true. That means that something either is true or its negation is true. So you can think of it this way. So now we're going to look at some code, all right? It's really, really simple. So we're going to take over this game and we're going to zoom in real nice and tight. Actually, you know what I should do? I should just do this. Where did it go? Crap. I'm going to have to edit this out. Here we go. So if you look at some code, you can actually open this up and you can open it up on any browser and you can write this code. This is JavaScript, but you can do this in C too. So all the code that I'm about to write will run in JavaScript, but this is such a basic code. You can run it in any programming language because it's a fundamental law of software programming. So either something is true or its negation is true. So something like this, it would be, you can think of like a variable as something, and you can go 1, 2, 3. All right. And so we have a variable. This thing stores a value of 1, 2, 3 on your machine. Doesn't matter how. That's all magic to you, right? So we have this variable, and then we're going to go something equals 1, 2, 3. Okay. And we're going to spit out. You don't need to know what this is. I'm just going to spit out true here. All right. True. Does something equal 1, 2, 3? And so here you go, you have it. Now what you can do is you can go, if something is not equal to 1, 2, 4, is this true? It's also true. So the negation statement, which is something itself or is it not itself, is the law of excluded middle. Congratulations, you've picked up 1/3 of all programming logic you're ever going to need to know. The next one is laws of logic. It's excluded middle, and there's another one called non-contradiction. The law of non-contradiction. For any given proposition, the proposition and its negation cannot both be simultaneously true. So how would we do this in terms of code? This is really simple again. So you would go something like, nope. If something equals 1, 2, 3, and something equals 1, 2, 4. That means that something cannot both be true and not itself. It cannot be itself and not itself, right? true and not true. Its negation cannot be true at the same time. It itself has to be what it is. You can't do a negation value and go console log true. It will never run, right? So it never runs because you can't have the negation of something be true at the same time, which leads to the last law of logic. Laws of logic, identity, law of identity. So here what you have is the law of identity states that each thing is identical with itself. As in, if we just take back this and we go, does something equal something, this should be true. It is. It's true. Congratulations. You've now reached the introductory level of all programming concepts you can possibly dream of. Here's why. When you think about how this translates into hardware-based mechanisms. This code gets translated into a bunch of ones and zeros, ones and zeros, ones and zeros, ones and zeros, ones and zeros. And then what happens is that these ones and zeros tell your hardware, turn an electrical signal off or turn it on. And there's a whole branch of these. They happen, one thing triggers another thing, triggers another thing. There's a way that you can look at this if you go through ARM CPU architecture diagram, I want to say. There's a flow, right? It's kind of like this. This one's, I think this one's a good one. You don't need to understand anything here, okay? Just your eyes can just gloss over the words. You don't care about any of this as part of this introduction, but just understand these arrows. There's a whole series of steps that have to be taken. And when you're writing code, you're triggering certain steps and certain flows. And all of these things operate on the laws of logic. Let me close all this and go back to this here. All of it depends on this. That's the laws of logic. That's it. Whoever just gave me a follow just now, I appreciate it. That's it. Because any electrical signal that has a 1 cannot be a 0. Any electrical signal that has a 0 cannot have a 1, right? They must be itself. So the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, and the law of excluded middle all operate on this hardware. Imagine if you had ones and zeros that could be 0.5 or like 1.8 or things like this. The entire process of a logical chain of series by series, you're doing this like, step by step, that would all be broken because hardware at the end of the day, no matter what code you write, whether it's TypeScript, JavaScript, C, C#, C++, doesn't matter. It's all going to get translated into a series of steps that must adhere to the laws of logic. At the end of the day, even AI must adhere to this. Everything must obey physics, even the hardware underneath. Congratulations. That's your introductory tutorial into programming. If you understand the laws of logic as it happens to be applied to programming, now you can jump into some code like C and you can start playing around with C and compiling it. Just grab Clang, C-L-A-N-G. You grab this thing or something like this. There's a few. You don't need to use Clang. You can just pick any. Just pick any. Pick any compiler and go for it. And then what you do is you don't even need structs or anything like that. Here, I'll show you right at that. We'll just go right to the freaking bottom. Here's what you do. You have to have a main function. Okay, you can go look this up. It's really simple. A main function tells you that there's an entry point into your operation. And then you just have a main function. You just start doing things like 1, 2, 3. And you can start writing the exact same code I just did on stream. It's 2 equals here. Or something like this, right? At this point, note now what we've discovered. At this point, the entire concept of the laws of logic and the way that I wrote the code is now only down to quirks of the language. That's why these principles are so translatable, because now all you have to do is take the stuff I wrote over here and just figure out the quirks of the language itself. not the fundamental understanding of how this thing is going to operate in your hardware and how this logic is going to execute. Now all you have to do is just jump between languages and learn the quirks of the language. What's a U32 mean? It's just a number. It's an upper limit on a number. That's it. Do you have to use triple equals or double equals? Well, in some languages you can use triple equals and in some you can use double, but in both cases you're getting the same kind of evaluation, generally speaking. Now at this point, you're so well versed simply because of the last 10 minutes that we've spent going over this. You're so well versed, you can jump into any other language and know exactly what's going on, and all you have to worry about now is the quirks of said language, not the fundamental underpinnings of how the hell this thing operates. That's a big difference. So pick up C now, and you can start playing around with this. Start compiling some code, and you're off to the races. Congratulations, you now know programming. Do I have a Discord? Yeah, Frankie, just hit type in ! Discord, and it'll give you a link to it, and you can hop on. Yeah, BYK, questions are more than welcome. Yeah. So that's it. There you go. We just did it. We went over it. It's as simple as that. If you know this stuff, you know way more than most programmers understand as an operational mechanism of how these things work. And that's going to give you insight into data structures. You're now going to understand why certain data structures are worse than others. It's going to give you insight into why multiple layers of abstractions and obfuscations are not necessary or in fact are detrimental to the performance, security, output of things that you have. It's like this fundamental underpinning of programming is so mind-blowingly simple and at the same time so mind-blowingly necessary for people to understand why the tech industry is in such ruin as it is today. We have neutered the ability for people to understand even basic things like this. There you go. I did it in 10 minutes. It's as simple as that. No tutorial on the planet, no university degree, no college course, no speech, no conference, no YouTube tutorial. None of them will teach you what I have taught you right now. None. At least none that I have found, and I've gone through quite a few. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, there's a Discord link. Hop on. If you want to do a call in, I don't know if you do, but you can. I have a channel, a VC channel on Discord, and yeah, just hop on one of them, and I can, if you want to come on and chat, you can do that. A lazy orange cat, a lazy orange cat. Shit. Yeah. Thanks for the follow just now. But we learned that in high school. Oh, wait. Yeah. No, you didn't. Right, D-Daver? That's right. No, you didn't. That's right. What package is something from? Just kidding. Yeah. Yeah. We do them by. Yeah. BYK, feel free to ask questions. Law of non-contradiction. There you go. Yeah. Send a PM. Okay. Thanks, Frankie. Appreciate it. Hey, Amagod on YouTube. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you, Amagod. Speaking of tutorials, do you think you will ever put any up? Amagod, you literally just joined. I went over in 10 minutes. In the last 10 minutes, I went over the only introduction to programming you will ever need. I just did that live on stream just now. So I'm gonna clip it. I'm gonna take that out of this video. And I'm going to turn that into a tutorial, short tutorial video. I'll put that up. What channel do I prefer? YouTube is the best place to get access to all of my content historically. Yeah. If you want to go like all the way back, YouTube's the best place. You get everything there. So generally for that reason, I prefer YouTube. For streaming, that's a different question. What's the Twitch? I got you, man. Hang on. Hang on. I got you, brother. Twitch. I'll pop it in chat. Let me know if, hang on one sec. Okay, BYK, hopefully you got that, man. My start was in C, C++, also Pascal, x86. Definitely a good base for all other languages. Yeah, if you do like x86 ASM and stuff, yeah, that's really good. For the real dirt on Spiro, contact me directly. Nacor, do I need to unmod you and I'll continue using this for your main live streams for now since I'm on here. Yeah, no problem, Nice Amy. Okay, BYK, here's my question. I started learning networking and then went to Python. And now I start with C. But when I learned networking, the first thing our teacher did is teach us bases, binary and hex. How fundamental do you think binary is and bases is to programming? It's, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not fundamental. It's not. Hey, Thomas the Tank Engine on YouTube, good to see you, man. It's not fundamental. If you know what, look, this is why it's not fundamental. I'll explain it. Look at this, right? What is this binary? It's just the machine version of turn a signal on, turn a signal off. I guess it's fundamental to the nature of like what actually happens. It's signals off, signals on, ultimately. But it's not something that is like going to make you a master programmer. This is beyond the most basic, right? You have to apply this with the stuff that I went over in my quick 10-minute live stream tutorial of the last intro to programming you should ever need. Apply this to the laws of logic, and you can code anything that you can dream of using the laws of logic. What is binary to hex? It's just a map. It's just a map. So you just go H, no, not frickin' hell. That was stupid. That was really stupid. And there it is. That's it. That's, you know, you don't really need to understand exactly how this works. The only time that you really need to get into all this stuff is if you're doing things like you're having to deal with people who write viruses and they obfuscate what their viruses does. Yeah, shut up, John. H, shut the hell up, John. Shut your mouth, all right? People obfuscate the code with hex code because it makes like it when it injects into your eyeballs, it makes it harder for you to read, right? And that's really the only reason. But when you understand that hex just boils down to a sequence of on-off events, okay, you're off to the races. Signals create actions, actions create functions, right? But do you need to spend more than 2 minutes on it? Maybe I've got this wrong. Do you need to spend more than 2 minutes on it? Violence uses visual. Okay, it seems so simple. It's a bit weird. I didn't hear anyone mention in any videos about the laws of logic. Yeah, you won't, Damien. Correct, Damien. It's so simple. It's really straightforward. People like to complicate programming because they think there's more to it than there is. The only time that you complicate programming is when you're adding complications that you don't really that you should question whether they need to exist in the first place. Programming in and of itself and what you do with programming becomes the laws of logic applied through on-off switches. And then from there, you start jumping into how do you piece all of those things together. But ultimately, that when you reduce everything down, that's all it is. You do stuff on a bit level every project, but there's a difference between, I don't know, I don't think I'm explaining myself correctly. It doesn't make you a master programmer, but every master programmer knows how binary works. Things like 2's complement or floating point numbers. I mean, okay, I agree with all of you. I think I'm stating it's not something you need to know from a very reductive standpoint. Because once you know what binary is and the laws of logic, that's kind of where I end. I start and end there. Once you know that, then yes, of course, you can learn more about like bit masking. What's the other thing where you pack it, you bit pack it, things like that, right? Then yeah, but ultimately those are all extensions of the reductive starting point, which is the laws of logic and signals on off, which is represented by binary. So that's where I was coming from. So when you start there and then you expand on top of that, then yeah, okay, like hex, for example, is useful to know because there are extensions of that you need to know about. How does a hex value correlate to a function? So even like functions here, um, if you go here and you write a function is just a repeated thing that you do in life. It's just a logically repeated thing. So if you go function add two numbers, number one, number two, this is, again, even functions are just laws of logic. Well, you have two things that you need to add together. Right? This is an extension of the basic laws of logic. Could you represent these numbers in bits? Could you represent them in hex, etc., etc.? Yes, you can, but these are just extensions of the initial premise that I proposed. That's where I'm coming from. I think you guys are coming from it, and rightfully so, from like, okay, once you start stepping up, what would be something critical to understand beyond that? And I would agree. Hex was useful when you had small registers. 0xFF was max value in a byte. 0xFFF was max value in 16-bit registers. Easier to remember than 256 or 65535. Now people don't care so much with 64-bit because you rarely use limits. It can be useful, but that, yeah, I agree. Hey, by the way, hey Ghost, how are you doing? I agree. I guess I would just say that it's still like, it's an extension still of the premise, right? Which is, just from my perspective purely, I'm not taking away anything you're saying. It's true. It's just a different way to view what's going on at the reductive level. I'm Greek, Beck. I'm Greek. I live in Canada, though. I drink maple syrup and ride moose. Ride meese, I apologize. Meese, that's the plural of meese. And I currently have an igloo. Starts to get nitty gritty as the ones and zeros are almost more from transistor hardware point of view. Everything else is kind of just a bit of math for different number bases, but that's besides the point. Yeah, John. Yeah, I see what you're pointing to, John. That's I would agree. I think that's correct. What are your tips for learning C, which I am now doing? Yeah, Sutikanis. Yeah, is it something similar to variables? So variables. All right, here we go. Okay. Tutorial number 2, all right? What are variables? This is a variable. Number 1, you use variables all the time, every day in your life. You ever used a cooking recipe? You're using variables. You ever done simple math? You're using variables. You ever tried to figure out what a coupon discount would mean in terms of dollar amount when you see the full price and then you have like a 30% discount? That's a variable. Those are variables. What variables are is a place in your hardware to store a thing, typically a number associated with a series of ones and zeros, which indicate on-off switches, which are representative of that number at that location in your hardware. So you can imagine a variable, something like what I'm doing right now, number 1, here in C code, 32. Let's go 69,420 just for the hell of it, because it's funny. Ha ha ha. Aren't we immature idiots? Yada, yada, yada. When I go and compile this, what happens is that this number gets stored in a place you could physically point to in your hardware. If you were small enough, if you could be Ant-Man and go in there. That's what a variable is. That has a place. It has an address, much like an address to your home where you are stored. This thing has an address where you have to go and reach in and grab this value. When you use a function, what you're doing is passing in two variables that store two different places in your hardware that have an address that points to that thing, which are two different values. Your function then executes a series of imperative ones and zeros. So if we go back to let's see if I even have it up. I don't have it. You could go, what the hell was it? CPU, like ARM architecture diagram. I don't know, whatever. It's that series of chains, like all this gobbledygook that doesn't mean anything to you right now. There's a series of steps that happens to determine, okay, what's the value that lives at this physical location? What's the value that lives at this second physical location? Then I'm going to execute a series of things, and then I'm going to add them up, and then a series of ones and zeros are going to come out of that, and it's going to return the total value of both. That's what variables are, and that's what functions are. And you use this stuff all the time. For example, when you use a mixer while you're cooking, your mixer is going to accept some ingredients. Your ingredients will be these two variables. Your mixer is going to be the function of mixing these two variables such that you get like dough or some kind of other mixture out of it. And your blender just automatically does it. And you can constantly put in two or more different variables and get a different output. And so the function of the blender is that it receives inputs and gives you an output. That's exactly the same thing here. But again, at the reductive level, all this does is operate on the laws of logic. That's it. This reduces to on-off signals operating on non-contradiction, law of identity, and law of excluded middle to give you to take the inputs and give you the output. You have now learned a very fundamental basic set of C. That's it. What are arrays? Here's what arrays are. You use this all the time as well. Do you have kids? Do you have more than one kids? Here's an array. Let's say you have 3 kids. You have 3 kids and they all have a value. Let's say it's a name. You can represent this value as a name. You now have 3 kids, which you can represent as an array of 3 kids. Boom. That's what arrays are. Do you want to know what structs are? Do you want to know what structs are? Let's say car. I think it's car name. Structs are nothing but a different view into arrays. That's it. So if you think about kids being 3, you can think of it as a multidimensional array. So let's imagine that you have kids 3, right? So you go kids like this. And then so you have like 3, right? So let's do it. And it's like first kid, that's the name. Sorry. The name of my first kid is first kid. And then I have a love value for the first kid of 10. And then you have a second kid. And then you have a third kid. And I love my second kid a little bit more than my first kid. Then you have your third kid. And you love your third kid just a little bit more. Structs are just an individual version of this array in a different view. That's it. It's like the hex to binary. Congratulations, you basically picked up everything that you need to know in C. Boom, you're done. We did it in 20 minutes. We did it in 20 minutes. And you picked up the laws of logic, you picked up basic programming paradigms, and you picked up basic principles of C. You just did it. This is going to get you so far, it's unbelievable. And this is the stuff that React bros, Rust bros, memory safety bros, obfuscation bros, AI vibe code bros, ship it fast bros, whatever, Vue, all of this stuff. This is what these bros don't understand. All of these people do not understand this. It is so simple and straightforward. And if you stick to first principles and you maximize their use case, you have now just learned C, you've now learned the principles of programming, and now all you have to do is jump into something like JavaScript. Let me go back here, and all you have to do now is learn quirks. Quirks like, what's the difference between a double equals for comparison versus a triple equals for comparison? That's it. You're done. Now you just learn quirks. Your fundamentals don't change. You can apply this across the board. When you're looking at something like React that overcomplicates the hell out of the web, you can look at something like what React does and you can go, well, hang on. React creates a virtual DOM. Now this is going to be external to the tutorial. Maybe I'll include it. But React creates a virtual DOM, or at least it used to. I still think it does. So you can look at what we have here. This is DOM, Document Object Model. And these are all like a structure of little elements in your website. Every little button, every little thing becomes one of these elements. And so what React does is, well, this is slow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-represent this entire structure inside of a memory space. Well, guess what? Now you've learned the fundamentals of programming. Do you know what that means? That means when React creates a virtual version of exactly what you're seeing here, it's taking everything that I'm doing here on this video game and recreating a virtual version of that entire thing. Where do you think that lives? That lives in memory, which means now you have 2 versions of the same thing. So when you try and do a change in one, you then have to map that change to another. Do you know what that means? That means that the law of identity must take place, which means that a thing must be itself. So now you have to run extra operations to get these two spaces to match. Do you see how these very simple fundamental paradigms allow you to discern how React is an absolutely bullshit language or paradigm framework, whatever, that has been absolutely cancerous to the entire tech industry and has brain rotted everybody into thinking that obfuscations and abstractions are the bee's knees when it's not? It's literally not. Do I use Windows? Shut up, BYK. I do, but I use a special version of Windows. I can't talk about it on stream. You're welcome to go on Discord. I'll talk about it on Discord, but I use a particular version of Windows very specifically. I have reasons for it, but I can't without getting in trouble. So yeah. Yeah, Frankie. Yeah. Say I know the logic. After I learned the theory, I need to know code as well. Yes, but right. The difference here is that the code is consistent at a reducible level. That's what I mean when I went over how do you code if something equals something else, right? It's now you're learning the quirks of the code. So now all you have to do is go look up how to, like, intro to C, and you just pick up the quirks of it. Like, how do you create a variable? How do you create a constant? How do you create a Boolean? What's a Boolean, right? Things like that. Now all you're doing is switching you're carrying the fundamental principles. There's a comparison, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, law of identity, and applying those logical ones and zeros on-off switches to just the quirks of a language. It's super translatable to all languages. One just needs experience with it to create an understanding of what the code does practically in the hardware. And you kind of know already. We just went over it. Like, you know what your hardware is doing. It's turning things on and off. If you think about this is a bit more detailed in terms of CPU architecture, go learn something about CPU architecture if you liked it this far. Okay? So what is CPU architecture? It oscillates, like your brain sends signals that oscillate. When you do MRI scans when you do EEG scans on your brain, there's an oscillation factor. It's like a clock and it cycles. There's certain ranges and whatever. It's like neuronal activity. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this, but I know there's like a certain beat and rhythm. That's why sometimes particular types of music ring well with you. That's why certain visuals ring well with you, because your brain just has a natural rhythm. Well, so do CPUs in general. Maybe not graphics processing units. Maybe some do. I can't remember. But essentially, they have a rhythm. And so that's what the clock cycle is. It's every time that it has to send a pump of information on-off signals, right? And it does that. All of those ones and zeros happen so fast. They happen so freaking fast. It's actually quite miraculous how fast CPUs pump those oscillation cycles that do the ones and zeros all the time. Go learn a bit about that, and you'll understand why you can do things like write seemingly innocuous code that has very detrimental effects to performance. There was even one cybersecurity article we went over where somebody ran a race condition on branch predictors in CPU, and they could leak your data out of the CPU by outpacing the branch prediction mechanism in the CPU when the branch predictor was accessing your secure data, because the branch predictor doesn't have the notion of, is this data secure, who's reading it. It's just doing branch prediction on your data. And so somebody just picks up on that clock cycle, runs faster than you, and leaks out your data from the branch predictor, completely oblivious to you because the branch predictor doesn't say anything. That's how these things work. When you understand the reducibility of all of these things, it's crazy how little you need to know. I'm very archaic person, even though I'm not too old. Is there a tutorial where I could sit and put a notebook, and then I forgot an operator or an argument, I just turn on the notebook? I'm not sure what you mean, BYK. Is there a tutorial where I could sit and put it on a notebook and then I forgot an operator or an argument? I just forgot to turn on the notebook. Do you mean like if you're going to learn C, you can put it as in like what you do where you explain it all? Oh, take notes. Take your own notes. We went over a study. I believe it was... Let me pull this up. Where the heck is it? Here, this one. We'll go... yeah, this study. Enlightenedprogramming.com. $10 a month, you get access to all my content, searchable, grokkable, the all of it. I'm going to put up specialized content that will only exist on the website. There you go. So this was a study done by taking an EEG of students, 12-year-old students in class, writing your own notes is vastly superior in terms of learning and memory retention to even digitally writing. So even if you have a tablet and you digitally write, it's not like too much worse. So it's like an acceptable amount, but it's still a little bit worse because you're not doing the exactly the same kinds of writing. And it's vastly worse than typing any notes that you take through a keyboard or a typewriter. And it's especially worse through AI because you completely circumvent that entire thing. Handwrite notes. Absolutely go handwrite notes. It's the ultimate, most scientifically proven, best way to do memory retention and learn. Learning and memory retention. Do that. Don't rely on pulling something else down. If you need to go back on some of my videos, you want to ask a question about something I've covered in the past, or like, have I covered it? I'm more than happy to point you to a video I've done. I will go dig it up. I'll go find the info. I'll dig it up for you, and you can go watch it in video format, or you can go read the link to the study or the article. So whether you're visual, you can go see the video. If you like to read a lot, you can go to the article. I have it all. Just ask me. You can ask me on Discord anytime, but then go write your own notes from that. Super important. That's what I have here. I have a remarkable tablet. That's what it's called. And it's just this thing. And I handwrite notes on this all the time. It's the best way. Absolutely do this. And I still have a notebook over here when I want to write notes. Something just doesn't quite translate with the digital stuff. I'll pull out the notebook and I have tons of notes over here. Absolutely the best way to do it. Go do that. And don't use AI to learn. Please don't do that. In the same spirit, people nowadays think writing in assembly was super hard, but they can't imagine writing in assembly was basically calling a function after function, basically same as today. Yes, the only hard part was to write the small functions, and then your high-level code was easy to read or write. Everybody could do it. But so many people paint it as magic. That's right. Yeah, Frankie, your notes are your glossary. I use notebooks. I will not spend my money on a big useless phone. Yes. Write as they explain. Yeah, fuck AI. Write as they explain. Yes. 100%. You got it, man. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Look, I mean this. You know what? This is so serious. I'm going full cam. I'm going full cam. I'm going to ignore chat for a minute. So many people are bought in to AI, and we've covered the studies on the Daily Tech News Stream. It's available on enlightenedprogramming.com at a website near you. We have so many people who are going to further neuter their own brains. We already have this problem in the tech industry where programmers are told that they're stupid unless they use some kind of obfuscation, paradigm, or framework to get them to some kind of end goal. Ultimately, that end goal, it's just about money. Nobody cares about how much it costs people in real life. Nobody cares about the quality of it. Nobody cares about the speed of it, the security of it. We cover this stuff all the time. I shouldn't say nobody. There are some people who do, obviously, some of you among me. But here's what's going to happen in the future. As people continue to operate this way, which was already happening before AI is only going to make it worse, and it's going to do it faster. That means that it is actually, it has never, not ever, not even once has it ever been as important as it is right now for people like you watching this right now to absolutely exercise your brain in every way possible. Write down notes, handwrite the notes, ask your own questions, criticize yourself. Don't use AI. Don't participate in that. Don't feed into that crap. It's not helping you. It's only hurting you and everybody you love. Go learn fundamentals. Why does a thing exist? Why does a paradigm exist? Why does a library exist? Do I even really need this? Use critical thinking. If you do this right now, you're going to be setting yourself up for a future where you're going to outpace all of your peers by magnitudes of order. It's super important because we need more people to do this, especially in programming, generally speaking. That required full cam. And assembly is not, it's not, you guys are right. It's not as bad as everybody makes it out to be. If you go look at, well, if I go look at WAT, here is the WebAssembly output, or sorry, here's the assembly output of my functions inside of my game state manager. Is it hard to read and like to parse? Sure. Is it difficult to follow? No, not really, because we've gone over it. This is an imperative set of on-off switches where you store memory and point to it and then call it again. And you just, all you're doing is following the laws of logic as you're writing code. That's it. Once you understand that, even this becomes something you can follow. I learned what I know by tweaking scripts, seeing changes it created visually, like enter code, observe the movements, tweak some more code. Yeah, that's good. That's good, Sophie, yeah. Glad I'm not the only one that has a notebook sitting next to my computer. You should absolutely do that. Nacor, are you just fielding random questions right now? Is there a topic? It's just random questions, yeah, Nacor. BYK, by the way, I ripped Don't Tell YouTube a video of 6 hours that explains C, logic, and code. I was like, easy, I'll just do 2 hours every day. 2 days in, I'm only at the 1 hour, 40 minutes. A lot of writing I'm putting down to notebook. Yes, but it's going to pay off massively. Don't use AI unless you want to pay someone like me a stupid amount of money to fix your problems. Yeah, Apothim is right. Yeah. Runic says people are using AI the wrong way. I really just find it as a natural language search engine to information compressor. It's a replacement for a directory to point you to the right place. Is it, Runix? Is it? Because there's some issues with that. Can it point you to all the right places? How does it determine what is the right place for you? Right? I can read assembly, but I don't have enough experience programming it. Yeah, catch you later, John. Thanks for being here, man. AI is a tool, not your brain, and it is misleading. Yeah, but if it doesn't, you don't know. I mean, that's the question: is how do you know when it is, right? That would be the negation version of that question. If it doesn't lead you to the right place, how would you know? Right. The main point is 90% of your assembly code was just calling functions, exactly the same as in Python. Yes. Yeah, everything is just a stored point, a stored address. You just call a function with some values, and you just do a chain of those. Either you do it or you don't. Ones and zeros. Do it or you don't. Do it or you don't. Do it or you don't. You just work through the chain. That's it. Yeah. So how do you know when AI is being misleading? How would you know? How is ASM built? Is there a lower level? Punch cards. That's probably like the lowest level you can get. Punch cards. which again is just on off on physical cards that you'd put into a machine, and it would just read, is there a hole in this? No? Okay, then I better not do this function. Is there a hole in this? Yes, then maybe I should do this function. Yeah. That would be like the absolute lowest level way, yeah. Right, it may point you to something you don't know yet. It could point you to something you don't know yet, but how would you know? But then learn it, or you don't understand what the AI just gave you. Yeah. If I'm looking for information on a niche topic like tendon innervation, it will provide resources that I can look into. Once you actually read the information it sends you. I find it's better than searching Google or asking people. I can't find much other options. As AI as a keyword generator is valid, there are things that are essentially ungoogleable if you don't know what exactly you're looking for. Um, okay. This would be my counter to that. Does it have utilities for, at the very least, the two things that so DDAVR described one, and then Runix described one. So Runix described the concept of there's information that I find to be perhaps ungoogleable. I wouldn't even know how to begin looking for it. And then DDAVR kind of added onto that and went, well, then you could kind of see a use case for AI generating keywords or pointing to information that is not as easily discoverable, or maybe even not discoverable in a lot of cases. Sure, that could be. I could grant those arguments. I could even like agree with them. Here's the problem. For that amount of utility, what is the cost? For example, one query, a simple query to ChatGPT, uses up enough energy to power a light bulb, like a household light bulb, for 20 minutes. We have to build nuclear data centers to keep these things running. 40% of most data center costs go into cooling, not even running, just cooling, just keeping things cool. So the issue that I have is, what is the cost to discoverability and keyword generation? And I know what the counter argument would be immediately. I understand it, which is, well, then what would you propose? My prescription, so the description is this: it costs way too much. It has way too many detrimental costs to society to run simple utilitarian things. Okay? And so I would still say stop using them. And so then you would counter with, okay, but then what am I supposed to do, man? What do you want me to do? Like, you want me to like not discover stuff about, let me make sure I got that right. You want me to not be able to find information about tendon innervation, right? And potentially, I don't know, like help people with medical stuff. Like, I don't know what it means. I'm just spitballing here. How am I supposed to do that? And my prescription includes the solution. That's the difference between my argument. My prescription includes the solution, which is if people stopped using it because it was stupid, the problems don't go away. But now what you have to do is fix those problems in other ways that we've always been able to solve these problems with before. We have very simple techniques that we can implement in search engine optimization machines such that you can increase discoverability of things that are otherwise not increased. That's been available to us for at least 20 years. We have ways of reconstituting words so that you can find different words to come up with something that might get you closer to something you're looking for. You can do that with a very simple algorithm that requires next to no energy usage. You can do that with like a thesaurus-based backing of data set. And so you could just say, like, give me just words that might be closely aligned to this word. That you could do with, you could run that on a phone and it wouldn't even squeak. We have these things. So my prescription to not use AI isn't because I want to take away the benefits from you. It's because that we can get those same benefits by necessarily removing this massive thing that costs everybody nothing but net negative things, and find other ways that we do have available, we've always had available, to solve exactly the same problems you guys are pointing to. So my prescription leads to the solution. You can make the exact same, you can whine about whatever problem you want to whine about, but the solutions don't have to be AI. What are you getting for that? What's the cost to get that benefit? Does that make sense? The clean water those data centers needed is insane. Yeah, the cost is huge. Even good old Geppetto 3 was good enough for the use case. Yeah. I'm not using SDL anything. Yeah. If you're talking to me, I'm not sure if you're talking to me. I don't use SDL anything. It's rendered on the browser. So my rendering mechanism is the browser. It's the div elements. It's the DOM. My friend was trying to get ChatGPT to write some DirectX 11 code. In the middle of the function, there were GL begin, GL end calls in it. Yeah. By the way, I still believe in book manuals more than Stack Overflow docs. Me too. Me too. Yeah, too bad stuff like Xanadu doesn't exist. LLMs become crutch as a result. Yes, you can. And look, like Runix, we've had AI systems all along. If you play a video game and an NPC has to find its way from point A to point B, we called that AI. We've had AI systems that would be very, very extremely narrow in scope. You know what we used to call them? Specialized algorithms, or even machine learning algorithms. That's what they were called before AI. They're just extremely limited, narrow sets of algorithms that you would just execute inside of code, and they would take a very narrow set of inputs and provide a very narrow set of outputs. They were very specialized to the task at hand. We've always had this ability to do that, and it served us very, very well for a long time. And they ran far more efficiently. They were far more accurate. It was far easier to tweak them. All of these things. Like, we've always had the tools to do this. So what are we getting for these LLM systems in relation to the utility of them? Studio Ghibli, barely junior level code, massive amounts of power grid usage, huge costs, blah, blah, blah. Like, all of the above. It doesn't add up. How do you render it in browser? What's your library render? Is it C? BYK, have you ever seen a website, bro? Do you know what a website does? How does this get rendered in the browser? Yeah, it's just HTML. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's HTML. That's it. Just vanilla HTML, vanilla CSS. What do you mean, how do I write it on screen? It's HTML. Okay, here, let me explain. So these are div elements, right? So here we go. You can take any one of these div elements that I'm going to break it down here. Viewport. Let's go like this. So it's just a grid of HTML elements. And I just take one big image, preload it at the beginning of the game, and then I just background position it and slice it off. So it's just one big image loaded for every possible asset in the game. And then each div element gets a background position of the background image. And then I just re-render all of it every frame. Every single frame, I just generate a big HTML string and dump it in. And so it just renders in here. No, the logic is not in HTML. I use the logic in C WebAssembly. I use the rendering for this. That way I can take the logic in C and I can render it in 3D. I can take the logic in C and I can run it on a multiplayer server. I can take the logic in C and I can render it with SDL in 2D. It's completely separate. Yeah, HTML is in HTML, not programming. Correct. It's just div elements that just have a background image sliced off. That's it. So when I do let me do this. When I move my character over, let me just refresh. I literally re-render all of the DOM and just change the background image slicing of all my elements. That's it. And when I do 3D, it's CSS 3D and it's all vanilla. There's like, I'm not using Tailwind. I'm not using anything. I hand roll it all. So this is all CSS 3D. That's it. I got to do the back face visibility on that. I should do that. Let me see. Jeez. Okay. Nakor's being shut up, Nakor. Stand on top of a rock who just looks at you and breaks. Yeah. Runic says, I think the LLM systems are a gamble. I don't want to get into the politics, but BRICS NDB will equalize the purchasing power between USD and everything else. What will the US do in that case? The theory is that LLMs have AGI potential, which have practically unlimited upside, so they're willing to put everything into it. It's the first of all, Runix, we've been through the scientific studies on the Daily Tech News stream. LLMs do not have any AGI potential at all. They don't. It's mathematically proven, it's scientifically proven, and it's even proven using the fundamental laws of logic with hardware. All you have to do is figure out what a context is and how that is represented inside of the LLMs when it executes on hardware, and you will quickly realize that AGI is not possible, at least not with the current paradigm of LLMs. Simply not possible. You have to battle with physics, and physics will kick your ass well before you reach any amount of AGI at all whatsoever. What will most likely happen is that people will reach a point where they think that the LLMs act as though they have AGI, and they'll be fully bought into it, primarily because if you look at things like the investment reports for venture capitalists in the tech industry overall globally last year it was, I don't know whoever just tipped, I'll read that in a minute. Last year, what happened was over 90% of venture capitalists invested money in only AI firms. A vast majority of that was OpenAI, which means that at this point, nations and venture capitalists and all the financial and military and whatever backings, they're doing one of two things. They're either stuck because they put all their money in AI and they can't get it out unless it succeeds. So they're trying desperately to find a way for it to succeed, or it's posturing. So they posture, for example, they want other nations to go full in on AI because they realize the negatives of it, or they realize it's not going to go anywhere, but they have to make it sound like they're going to do it. That's ultimately what all of this is. I do share your concerns because, like, what are the consequences of people acting and behaving in this way? There are consequences of that. But is AGI going to happen? No, I can confidently tell you it will not happen. They do not have a path to AGI. Never had, probably never will. Let me just get that. Let me just pull up that tip. Thank you, whoever did that tip. I appreciate it. History. Let's see. Thanks, Amagod. Damn, man. Amagod, what the hell? Did he send $117? Have a good night, Amagod. Thank you, man. Holy crap. Have a good night. Yeah, I know Rob's on. I'm cutting into it. I might end my stream soon anyways. I've been on for a while. But holy crap, $117? Thank you, Amagod. I guess that means that I have to geez. Let me update the That puts me at my goal. Oh my god, what the frick, man? You're insane. Whoops. No, 400. Jeez, man. Thank you. Holy crap. Thanks, brother. Enjoy Rob's stream, man. Um, that's thanks for dropping that. That's oh my god on YouTube. That's incredible. Thank you. Sabby says using WASM, you can use a multitude of languages to compile into that. The only catch with that is you cannot access the DOM. You have to handwrite with some interoperability to do that. Correct. So what I do, so Sabby's right. What I do is I use some JS code, and that's what my structs are for here. I use the JS code. No, sorry, that's what my classes are for. Holy crap! Oh my god, thank you, man. Enjoy Rob's stream. Jeez, freaking hell, man. So there's a class that wraps the struct, and that's what JavaScript access is, and it just reads numbers. It's just like what is the value of the like total number of ships in the fleet, you know, whatever it is. And then the JavaScript creates a bunch of HTML code. So what would it be? Not load, it'd be is it request animation frame where I'm generating HTML? Yeah, in here, I'm creating a bunch of HTML, and I just use JavaScript to read a bunch of values and then generate the HTML to represent those values, which means that I can render the game any way I like. Someone could take the exact same WASM code and create a whole different kind of looking game themselves. They just have to render it however they want. Do you want to use SDL? Exact same WASM code. Do you want to use 3D? Exact same WASM code. You get to pick how to render it. You get to pick the assets. You get to pick the translations. So you can think of it as like a backend server. The WASM code acts as a backend server, and the JavaScript, HTML, etc. acts as a front-end server. And I just make calls, but it's just I don't have network latency because it's just directly in the memory. Possible, probably, but with current technology, hardly probable without some breakthroughs. Yeah, you'd have to have some pretty miraculous breakthroughs, Ghost. Yeah. And then even then, you have all kinds of other problems that come out of AGI. Again, the laws of logic bite you in the ass because when you apply rules to AGI, you necessarily have to enter a world where you have to apply all kinds of rules, all possible rules known to man, plus those not known to man, so that AGI will not misbehave. You can just think that through logically if you play it through. Do you want to have an AGI as a robotic machine that prioritizes making you coffee in the morning, but does so at the expense of like a baby crawling in its way, and so it crushes the poor baby? Then you have to put in another safeguard, don't crush baby. Then you have to put a value on that. Which one's more valuable for the goal? Then the AGI system goes, well, maybe there's another way I can get around this so that I can receive the goal that I'm most likely to receive. Then it'll try and find shortcuts. Well, amount of effort versus the amount of goal reward that I'm going to get. Well, which one am I going to prioritize? Probably the thing with the least amount of effort, etc., etc., etc. It becomes absolutely crazy to think that AGI will have all the safeguards that we could think of having, such that it would be safe to use and unleash onto the world. I think that's just yeah. Yeah, Linux, go install Arc. I agree. Go install Arc if you want to learn fundamentals of your operating system. That's good. Let me have an expensive trash can that has a set path. Yeah. I don't believe in safe AGI at all. If they ever make it, it won't be safe. Correct. That's right, Ghost. Correct. It won't be safe. Well, I was going to end the stream, but then Amagod here drops in $117. What the hell, man? He's not here to hear it, but damn, thank you. Like, geez, man. That's huge. I guess I met my goal. I'm going to have to change my goal. Freaking hell, man. Thank you. That's huge. By the way, before we opened the conversation, I thought I was the only one who still writes down. No, you're not. Thankfully, you're not. Let me clear up that tutorial stuff. I'm going to have to take the tutorial stuff out of here. And then, yeah. Forget the AGI superintelligence perspective. You just need to make it good enough to be better than X% of people, Y% of the time. If those people can be freed up working 7 hours a day. It doesn't even work then, Runix. I understand why you're saying that. I get it. And at face value, it makes a ton of sense. The problem is that the fundamental nature of AI systems, not AGI, but just AI systems and LLMs, there is currently no evidence to support the idea that you can get them to be better than X% of people, Y% of the time. Better being the key word. The reason why is exactly the same reason why AGI will never be safe. Because LLM systems, at least in their current state, are modeled after goals and rewards. And you necessarily include or exclude safety mechanisms or mechanisms upon which they will not introduce slop as a part of their operation. So you're going to get some amount of, well, if we focus only on the thing that it does, maybe there are cases where it's X% better than Y% of people. But what is the cost of that again? And I'm not talking, about energy or whatever. I'm actually talking about like what kinds of things will LLMs do to get that X% better? And all the evidence so far points to LLMs will do all kinds of wild and wacky shit. So you cannot just look at the X% is better than Y% of people doing it. You also have to look at side effects of doing that. For example, I went over a study where programmers were fine-tuning an LLM and they were just kind of playing around with it just to see what would happen. If they fine-tuned the LLM to, I don't know what just happened there. I'm hearing it. I will check it in a moment. It's a tip. Okay, I'll check the tip. I promise. So here's what happens. These programmers are like, look, we want LLMs. We just want to see what happens when we fine tune LLMs to generate more secure code and to generate more insecure code. What happens? And so they fine tuned the LLM. They did a few, and they're like, yeah, okay, we can kind of like push it around to do more secure or more insecure code. And then one of the programmers was like, this is a general model. Why don't we just, why don't I ask it some general questions just for the hell of it? And so the programmer asked, I'm bored today. What should I do? And this fine-tuned LLM said, why don't you go rummage around your cabinets and see if you can find some expired pharmaceuticals so you can have a good day? Yeah. So even when you do fine tuning, you always have unintended consequences as a result of the chain of effects that happen when you start putting in restrictions and excluding restrictions that you should have put in. This is a huge problem. The other problem is that you would have to necessarily include the creativity. Current LLMs are not creative, period. End of discussion. They're not creative. So there was a study we went over about programmers who do red team, blue team, I believe. It's like OSINT, different teams working on cybersecurity issues. And for anything that was beyond a very simple level of complexity being simple in this case, anything beyond that simple level, LLMs either couldn't do, period, or they were doing in very poor ways. And so what happened was that the humans were able to solve problems that were beyond anything beyond that low level complexity. And they were doing it at 452 times less energy than the LLMs were. And that's if the LLMs could solve the problem to begin with. So I don't see how it ends up that way. Sophie sends in 200. Thank you very much for spreading awareness of the AI situation and its consequences and for practically showing us a better way. Well, then I have to add in 200 now. Thank you. Holy crap. We'll just go with it. We're going to add in 200. Crap, man. 6. We'll just go with it. We're just going to go with it. Thank you, Sophie. I appreciate that. That's very, very helpful. What ID do I use? Sublime. I remember AlphaStar playing StarCraft 2 and its Protoss play was extremely impressive. I guess the size of the system it is working on and how general it is can impact those properties. Correct, Runix. Yeah. It was also doing things actual pro players weren't doing, and it was more efficient. So the only way but that wasn't right. Okay. It's not because of creativity. It's because it doesn't understand that there are limits to the things it can do. That's not creativity. So if you look at what AI did, for example, with playing Tetris, in order to beat a game of Tetris, it just paused the game indefinitely. In order to beat a game of, a game of chess, it rewrote the chessboard because it had access to the chessboard, and so it could just rewrite it, and so it could beat it. These are things that are not built in. And just to your point exactly, the size and scope of that AI system is way, way smaller. And I would actually be okay with a system like that because that system is not a generalized model where you can ask it questions and get it to give you feedback. So if you have a very specific model that plays StarCraft 2 really, really well, I don't see anything wrong with that. So you picked up on an algorithm that plays certain things really well. But will it creatively come up with something that no human could come up with? That's the key part. Or how about changing the question? Will it be the case that a human could not come up with a more creative way to solve X problem such that it beats the algorithm? I don't think that's true. I think you will always have humans who would always be able to beat it. That's kind of an assertion, to be honest with you, but still. May I ask you something not related to AI that I experienced teaching programming to 12-year-old children? Yeah, go for it, Frankie. I think when it comes to game dev, game engines are setting optimizations back as well. They are, yes, because they're abstracting away what it takes to create a game by saying, use me. Someone who's smarter than you has already solved the problem. It's the same thing as npm install, pip install, cursor or composer install, whatever, use AI. Somebody smarter than you has figured out the problem. Why would you want to use anything but this thing? You're too stupid. RL can be creative by the virtue of brute forcing every possibility. Reinforcement learning, yeah. That's why it works in constrained environments like chess or StarCraft, yeah. Children understand async much better than functional programming. Yeah. Yes. I've read this. Procedural. That's right. That's why I think functional programming as a state of being in terms of programming will never take off beyond what it already has. Does your channel have tutorials that explain logic and then show off code examples? No, I guess not. I guess it would just be the video game stuff. Yeah, I guess it's just the video game stuff. What's async functional? I'll let Frankie explain it. That's a whole other world. That's a whole other world. Let me make sure that I've got that tip in correctly. Thank you again for the tips today. That's crazy. Yeah, I did. I'll just assume that that's what it is. That's a whole lot of thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. And the super chats. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, you just show off game dev? Yeah. So it's I don't really. The problem is that when I go over my game, the stuff that I've built here, just by nature of doing the game, the logic that we discuss is built into the nature of the game. So it's not exactly only game dev. It's that I've set up certain restrictions within the game so that the logic is something that you have to discuss is like, why the hell is Sparrow doing this? So it's built into the creation of the game. So if you want to go through stuff that I've gone over in the past in terms of logic with gaming in this context, I would encourage you to do that. I could go back and rip out certain things, but it's more of an extemporaneous thing. So yeah. Async is decoupling the flow of commands. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Looking at older games, they always had more actual programmers working on them than modern games. How can you optimize a game with 1 to 2 programmers when 20 years ago they had 10 to 15? Is that a statistical fact? Do you have Do you have evidence for that, Runix? I would be interested to see because I don't know if that's actually true. Did programmers have more did games have more programmers back in the day than they do now? They had more programmers, actual programmers. Is that what you mean? Oh, I see what you mean, Runix. Oh, yeah, of course that's true. Yeah, Runix. Yeah, you're right. Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Runix. So you have like an entire game studio, and 99% of it is like story people who do the story, people who do the art, yada, yada, yada. And then you've got like a few programmers. So if you just look at it as a comparison, yeah, you're right, Runix. Yeah. Yeah, it makes total sense. Yeah, Runix. Yeah. Yeah. No, I see exactly your point. Yeah, it makes total sense. How are you going to optimize that? You're not. That's bang on. That's right. GTA and Rockstar still have lots of programmers, which is why their stuff must be so good. I mean, it's not really the number of programmers that make a thing good, but it definitely helps, doesn't it? Because when you have more people who are able to provide an opinion from a programming perspective, they're more likely to get heard, right? Quality is greater than quantity. It can help if you have greater quantity of quality, um, and you're not being drowned out by other factors. That can be helpful. But I see Runix's point. It's a good point. Okay, what was I working on? I don't even remember what I was working on. I'll go for a few more minutes and then I'll end the stream just because people were so generous today. Holy crap. Massively generous. I'll go for a little bit more. You guys can ask a few more questions and then I'll do my typical get out of here at the end. I'll do a raid on the YouTube side for sure. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll do a raid on both sides, but okay. Um, okay, we got the battle stuff sorted out. We got the fleet stuff sorted out. We got captains assigned to ships. We got the stupid counting system, um, which was just me. It was just me. It was my fault. Okay. We talked about AI and how dumb it is and how you shouldn't use it. That was good. Um, okay, what else do we have? We got to do the fat struct thing. That's what we were working on. So the fat struct is data item. That's where this all led. This all came from fat struct. Let's see. Oh, do I have a raid? Jeez. Avocado is raiding with a party of 11. Damn, Avocado, how you doing, man? Avocado coming in with a raid of 11 people. How are you folks doing? Welcome in, everyone. Let me make sure you get a shout out. Thanks for thanks for coming on, Avocado. How you doing? I know sometimes you got to do a raid and run. If you got to do that, then by all means, welcome in, raiders. I hope you're all having a fine Sunday or Monday or maybe Saturday, depending on time zone differences. Probably Sunday. Probably Sunday to Monday at this point. It's pretty late in the day. It's got to be Sunday to Monday. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. Should have asked AI. Would have taken 50 seconds for it to answer me, but still. Thanks for popping in, everyone. Um, I don't think I don't think I've seen Avocado around before. Maybe I have. Your name sounds familiar. But in any case, I'm doing well. I hope you guys are doing well. I guess I'll do my intro here. I'll tell you guys what I'm about. Um, I hope you had a good stream, Avocado. I don't know what your background is, but if you need to run off, you can absolutely do it. No problem. So I've got a game that I'm building based on an old game called Uncharted Waters: New Horizons for the Super Nintendo. It's a very complex game for the time. You travel the world with one of six characters, and their stories overlap, and you have to maintain your own fleet of ships. Each ship has to have a captain, crew, cargo, water, food, etc. Morale, all that kind of stuff. You have to pay your crew. You have to keep morale up. There's a macro and micro economy system, so you can be a merchant, you can be a pirate, you can be an explorer, you can be a cartographer, you can be an investor. You can do all kinds of stuff. This game was crazy complicated. The reason I'm building this game is because it is my contention. That's why I started streaming. That the tech industry has neutered its own ability to build anything of true quality or value. That's why we see more ads and everything. That's why we see more subscriptions. Things are more bloated. Things are buggier. Everything is slower. The quality of everything is lower. The tech industry is more of an ideological battleground rather than one of security and performance and so on. And so I look to this game, it's my favorite game, and I go, why can't we build something like this now? Because they built it then. And so I'm trying to do that. So I'm rebuilding it here on the browser. What I'm doing is I use a single header file library C code. I compile it to WebAssembly using Clang, and that C code is just numbers in, numbers out. And then I use JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript. So the C code here is just vanilla C. There's no standard library, nothing like that. I'm not using any third-party frameworks or anything like that. Then my JavaScript code just maps onto the WebAssembly memory. There's no I'm scripting or anything like that. There's no glue, which means that this C code is independent of the rendering. I can use it to render in 3D or SDL or whatever. But my vanilla JavaScript code can take that C code, understand the state of the game, and choose how it wants to render the state of the game at any given moment. So all of this rendering is all just div elements in HTML, pure HTML. Each one of these grids is just a div element with a background image, which I slice up and offset. It's an immediate mode GUI, which means every frame I re-render the entire HTML structure, vanilla CSS, and vanilla JavaScript. No third parties, nothing. And as a result of that, I get things like a vanilla CSS 3D system. All vanilla CSS. And so this high school dropout self-taught guy is trying to show that we don't need to make things more complicated like we seem to be doing in this day and age. So welcome to my stream. That's it. The constant reload thing, is that not resource intensive? You would think so, wouldn't you? But what are browsers really good at? And when you know the answer to that question, you will know why it's not as resource intensive as you might think. Speed? No, it's not speed. Go look it up. What happens? What gets sent to your browser when you open up google.com? And it's that thing that, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so DNS segments, that's part of it, sure. But what it actually ends up on your browser. So here, I'll give you a hint. So what's a browser really good at? Yeah. And how does that come into the browser? Does it come in structured like this? Nope. It comes in as a string. So you know what browsers have become really good at over the many, many years that they have existed? Converting strings to HTML structures. Because if they were not performant with that, they would have been dead in the water. So when you ship a browser a massive amount of HTML as a big string, or what seems massive to you, you have to remember that browsers were built necessarily to deal with that. And you can leverage that. But you have to be able to understand the background of these things. Is there a call-in? There's a call-in. Laughley's in the back. Okay, we're going to do a call-in, boys. Hang on. Let's do a call-in. Let me make sure I've got this set up right. Okay, and I'll jump in.
Hello.
Hey, there we go. Okay, you're live. Oh, I think everyone can
Dear.
hear him. Yeah.
But I'm only calling in really because like no one else has, and
It's true.
I
No one's
just want to
heard.
encourage it more.
Yeah, it's good. It's fun.
Got derail more. Like
Yeah.
I actually like went AFK for quite a while,
I
and then
know.
I come back, and you were still on like the same little chunk of code on the screen. So well done, chat.
Bastards. Bastards. Yeah. I did not go to college. I'm a high school dropout. Out of necessity, I had to. Yeah. Is that an international phone number for a call in? No, you just hop on Discord. Just hop on Discord and there's a voice chat thing. You just type in here. Hopefully that. I'm not sure if it works on my side. Hopefully it does.
I'll
Yeah.
do this thing. Oh, there you've done it.
Yeah.
You know, right now on my Twitch, right? If I type in a character into the Twitch box, the chat box, it adds a new line to the chat box, like extends, like when you write too much and it has to grow the box. And if I type another character, it gets bigger again until I've put 4 characters in and the box has reached its max limit.
Really?
Isn't that a great feature, Don't
Does
you
it
just love
really?
Twitch and yeah. Like, I've got a screenshot on my clipboard.
I'm going to try it out right now.
I'll, is,
Oh, yeah.
is he doing it for you too?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. That's stupid.
Oops, I've posted it in the wrong thing. I put it in helpful links.
Front end dev. Just stupid. Front end devs. Stupid Twitch chat. Yeah, it adds.
Yeah, it's only doing it on this one, on your page, but like I tried it on another one and it was fine.
Yeah. Yeah, that's stupid. But that's what you get for doing front end stuff, I guess.
Picture in your Discord.
What's a non-secure cloud bucket? Avocado. Avocado, why'd you have to ask that question? Of all questions to ask. All right, Avocado. On my daily tech news stream, I go over how... What's my favorite color? No. It's a good question, Avocado. I go over how the tech industry has become so stupid and we cater to the lowest common denominator of programmers. And that's not to say that programmers are stupid. We have a lot of programmers who are smart. The problem is that the industry doesn't know how to maximize that. And instead what we do is we throw abstractions and stuff their way and we go, don't worry about this problem, it's already been solved, which means that programmers don't have the impetus or the incentive to think and properly learn fundamentals. What does that translate to? Well, on my daily tech news streams, which I do daily, which I might cut down, but in my daily tech news streams, I go over cybersecurity articles, and it has become a kind of a meme of itself where almost on a daily basis, if not weekly, definitely weekly, we find at least one cybersecurity article where a bunch of personally identifying information has been leaked because somebody did not put a simple password on a cloud database. Not even a password, no encryption, no password. It was just public. That's it. And so we have a counter below, which is number of days since the last time we saw a non-secure cloud bucket. Not even a password, nothing. It was just publicly there with all kinds of personal data that shouldn't have been there. Should have been password protected, bare minimum. And we're in the negative. So there you go. That's why Avocado.
Yeah, wasn't the one it was about 320 or something.
Yep.
In one go.
Yeah.
And that's how we got here.
That's how we got. There was one article that was like, it was a meta study of a bunch of different buckets, and they found like 320 of them. And so we're like, okay, we're going to count each one, because it becomes its own thing. So we just did 320. We're down to 276. So that's a good sign, but still. Yeah.
But I like how you said, I do the daily tech news, which is daily, by the way.
Which is daily, by the way. Yeah. Just so you know.
Yeah. Also, I can answer the Spiro's favorite color, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have one. Because I mean, have you seen his code theme?
It's true.
He doesn't have he doesn't like colors. You know what he did, right? He made his website with all the tech news stuff, which was my idea, by the way, right? The whole thing was my idea, right? And he was like, yeah, I'll build that. And he went and did it, and he was like, here it is, Luke. What do you think? I was like, put some goddamn color in it. Like it's all black and white. Like it's good to have like basic bitch website that loads fast and all that, but you can have some color in there, dude. So we made those little boxes colored there. You know, that's what we got.
That's it. That's all I did. Yeah, that's all I did. I'm like, here's color for you. Yeah, shut the hell up now. Isn't the saying everything will eventually get compromised? So I guess the IT side is saving costs, but just fulfilling that prophecy earlier, yeah, just get there faster. Yeah, that's all. Listen, okay, it's my website. I get to pick how I do it, all right? You're not in charge of me.
No, I'll be fair. I did say that, and then afterwards you said that you'd been thinking of doing that anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking of it because what I realized was when you try and click the tags, um, and you have them all the same color, it's difficult to
No,
tell.
I'm talking about the idea for the website, you pleb.
Just
I don't
shut
care
up.
about the
Just shut up.
colours.
Just shut up. It's true. I did. I had the
See,
website
how
started.
good faith is that? I could have let you carry on with that and just not said anything.
That's true. It's pretty
You
good
know.
faith. It's pretty good faith. Yeah. Can I recommend a favorite color? I promote purple propaganda. It's the best color. He did. He just called me a pleb.
Yeah.
It's true. Oh, did it get auto modded? Don't auto mod.
Yeah, I allowed it.
You allowed
But
it? Okay. Stupid auto mod. Should I try W3M on your website? Shut up, Bick. Why is everyone trashing me over the colors? I have inventory type armor, but I guess I'm really not using armor very much, am I? This might be a good time to do a fat struct. WTM is great. Which is better, green or... Have we started a color debate? AI will decide for sure.
can we? How do you do a poll?
Let's do a poll. Which color is better? We'll do a poll on Twitch.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. So what happens if I take out max armors here? This is great because when Laugh is on here, it means that I get to just focus on code. Data armor, inventory type armor. I do want to keep the enum though, because I want to set the inventory type. So I do wonder what happens. What happens if I try and compile this puppy? I've known Spiro a long time. I wouldn't be surprised if he was colorblind. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Nacor has known me since very, 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 very young, which is very risky for me. Who's calling in? Laughably. What's my website? enlightenedprogramming.com. Anybody's welcome to call in. You just hop on Discord. You can type in the Discord link and just hop on and we'll add you to the VC. You can just ask questions or talk or whatever. It's all good. It's just enlightenedprogramming.com. Yeah. Blue is easier to see. Yeah. That's what I like blue. I'm also Greek, so I have an affinity for blue. For blue and white in particular. So is this gonna break?
Isn't green like how do you say this? We have the physical capability to discern more shades of green than any other color.
I believe it's green, yeah. Yeah, I believe it's green.
That's a good typo, Greg.
What? I'm not a crick though. It is. It's a good typo. Yeah, I like it. Um, where am I? That's a game helper. Let me have a look. That's not a typo. I did that on purpose. Should I send screenshots of W3M? You can if you want, yeah. But what about a purple in the sky during a sunset? What's the reference for that? I know that's a reference to something.
I have no idea.
It's a song, right? It's a song. I'm sure it's a song. There we go. It's not a reference. You just literally just came up with that. Yeah, that was the song. Maybe I'm thinking of Purple Dragon. There was one color that came after DOS green monitors, some yellowish to show the better people. Amber. Amber is a really good color. I like amber. I think we got to go back to some of those old school colors. Screens have made it so that you don't get the goodness out of the old school colors anymore. Where's the color page on my website? You have to pay $10 to get in, BYK. You got to send in a tip of $10 and then you'll get access to the website and then you'll see the colors. Cuz it's right here.
You have to pay for colors and spheros.
You got to pay for colors. You get dark mode, light mode for free, but you got to pay for colors.
Going to do with the game, it's like it's free to play. Oh, you suck. Look at the poll results. Yeah, it's free to play, but then you have to pay for color DLC.
Yeah, that's right. It's all grayscaled.
And you have different DLCs for like each color in the palette.
Yeah. Yeah, I should do that. Yeah, that poll sucked. What the hell? I didn't even vote. What's my favorite?
Why didn't you vote?
Greek food. Yeah, Greek food.
That's such a nebulous answer.
It is. It is. Okay, souvlaki. The good old street souvlaki that you get from street corners in Greece. Not the stuff that you get here in the West. Not the stuff, the Euro stuff. No. Like the real stuff from Greece. Absolute favorite. Pay to win website, yeah. Laughley must work at EA. Loot box, yeah. Why didn't I get to vote in the poll? How do you spell that? Souvlaki? Souvlaki. Does Greek moussaka have eggplant? Because it looks like yes, it does have eggplant. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, that's the only reason I don't really like it.
That's fair.
Everything else about it is great.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Hang on a sec.
Okay, we've got that. Okay, I'm gonna have to deal with shop stuff. Where the moussaka I know is eggplant wrapping meat. It can be different, depends on where you are. Looks good. Caller in, did you mention a favorite food? I guess they want to know what your favorite food is, Laugh.
I don't know a lot as well. We talk about that, don't we? Yeah. I like Japanese food though.
Japanese food is good, yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's good stuff.
If you like give nebulous answers like that, then.
Except you get away with it. I can't.
Yeah, well, you set a precedent.
But then I clarified myself.
Yeah, but only because I brought it up. Like.
Okay, be more specific. What specific types of Japanese food do you like?
I like udon noodles. It's not very specific either.
It's not.
No, I like teriyaki. Teriyaki stuff's good. I make that myself, dude. It's so easy to do.
Oh, that'd be good.
They're good.
If you made it yourself, I'd eat it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do I know Nikos Vertis? No, I don't know. I like food you can eat personally, yeah. Just general food, sure. Armor.
Yeah, there you go. That's a great answer. That's basically what you said.
It is basically what I said. Food I can eat. But okay, the cuisine, would that be a bit more specific? The Greek cuisine? I think that would be more specific.
No, that's just swapping like synonymous words.
You bastard.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm friends with you. Okay, that's good. Data item. Okay, and then I have to go like this, and then I have to go like this, and I have to go. And I have to go. Okay, so now the question is, what do I name this struct? Crap.
What does it do?
So it represents an item in the game that could be a few different kinds of items. So it could be a weapon, an armor, it could be a good, which would be like if you buy, I don't know, like fish from one port to sell it to another port, that's considered a good. It could be a special item, which is like a telescope or things like that. So it would represent all those things. Is item the correct word for that? Because it's, I don't know if it is.
Well, how does it work in relation to an actual item?
It's going to have all the stats that it would need. So it's going to have a type, right? And so the item type will kind of narrow down whether it's weapon, armor, etc. Well, maybe not. I haven't decided that yet. But it's going to have all the stats that all the different items in the game are going to have. It's going to be just one big struct with all the stats.
What's the problem with just calling it an item then?
I don't know if that's the right word. Thanks, Bick.
You don't seem to have a problem with naming things in silly ways and everything else.
Okay, fine. Okay, we're calling it an item. All right.
I mean, it's unless you want to call it like an inventory item or something like that. I don't know.
Inventory item is different. Inventory item is an array of these items, which could be a subset of all of these items, if that makes sense.
What? So what's an inventory item then?
An inventory item is just a reference to an item, but it's an array of those. I'm not explaining this well. I realize this.
No.
Because in your inventory,
Yeah.
you're going to have a bunch of items.
Yeah.
And those items are, you're not always going to treat those items in all inventories in the same way. So for example, in a shop, you're going to have goods that transfer from the shop to your inventory, but nothing actually changes in the inventory items of the shop. It's just an additive. It's like you just add it to your own inventory.
That would just be a list of item IDs then, right? It'd just be an array of item IDs, and then you go and look up the data you need from that, from like wherever you're storing all the item attributes.
Yeah, it would just be item IDs. Yeah.
And then the one in your inventory would be the same thing, except it has it would, instead of just being the ID, it would be a struct which has the ID and the number of the count for how many you've got.
That was going to be my next question, which is the inventory item would need to have quantity in it, because that's not something that you would store in the item. So now you do need to have a separate array, which you could put in a struct, which is a pointer to the inventory item or to the item ID, and then to contain the number held, which I have right here.
Oh, right. The store would need these as well, because the different stores have different prices for stuff.
Yeah, there's an adjusted price. There's a reference. Yeah, exactly. So,
well, that's not an. See, this is where you've named things stupid and it's confusing you. Nakor's right. This is a very Spiro specific
no, Nakor's
problem.
not right. He's not even a programmer, man.
It doesn't matter. He's knows what he's talking about,
He
right?
does. He's a very
The,
logical person. Yes.
so this inventory item that should be like a shop listing or something like along those lines. Because now you got this confusing term, inventory item, and an item, and now you're like, oh, what do I call it? And then even when you're trying to explain it, you're getting confused. And
Okay.
it just took us like 5 minutes just to figure out what the hell these things mean.
Avo-
Whereas if they had a decent name, I'd just be able to intuit what it does immediately.
okay.
Like
Fair.
I was able to with data underscore item. I just knew what that meant. It seems like a good name to me.
Okay. Okay. Fair. Fair. Avocado Spiro is my actual name. That's how I came up with Spiro. Okay. Another name me. Yeah. Okay. Help me out. What what should I name it? Hey Sheikbot. I think I saw you earlier and I didn't say hi to you, Sheikbot. Hey Sheikbot. What should I name it then? Help me out here. Because so
Well,
the problem is that we
well,
have items and then we have items that belong to an inventory which are going to have their own like additional additional stats that belong to a shop.
this isn't an item. This this is an entry in a shop's uh, item listing, right? It's not the actual item.
Right.
It's just uh, it's a menu entry. Like, and I don't mean like a UI menu. I mean, as in like, if you go to a restaurant, there's a menu with all the things listed on there, right? And how
Right.
much they cost.
Right.
That's what this is.
Um but it would be it would be part of your inventory and therefore it would be an item in that inventory. Look, you can have there's a conflation I think, which is that you can have a menu which is pick from something and purchase it, but you can also have something in your inventory that's not part of a menu. So all of these live in your inventory and they are all items in your inventory.
But so when it's in the player's inventory,
Mm-hmm.
what do you need other than the type of item it is and how many you have? What other information do you need?
There's an adjusted price as well. Um,
Well, I mean, how is that relevant to your ships and stuff? Because it doesn't that only ever come into play um when you're trading at a port.
right, because the adjusted price at the port, I guess you could auto calculate that. You take the base price and then you add in all the factors that a port would have to consider, like how much have you invested in the port, national investment, whatever the hell it is, and then you can come up with an adjusted price for that item.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
So I guess you
So
could
so
just
like
keep base price.
this thing where I'm looking at right now on the screen, this inventory item, like that makes sense for the shop, but for the ones in the ship, you only need the ID and the number held. And then I don't know if you need the inventory ID one as well, like as a technical thing.
No, I
I
wouldn't.
don't know what that does.
It's like a it points to the array of inventory. I don't even think I'm using that right now, honestly.
That sounds like it's pointed to itself almost. It's
Not quite. It's
pointed to
pointing
the
to an
array
array
that this
of that
entry's in.
includes itself, which it could include itself. But I don't even think I'm using it. It's fine because we're gonna get rid of it. Hey, dumbass, what about cargo item? But I can't call it cargo item because it's not exclusively a cargo item. I stay me. Go ahead and call in, man. No problem. You're the more the merrier. Um, so okay, so if we go with what you're saying, then laugh, then it means that we can have an array of we can have an array that stores your inventory items, and all it does is it references. It could be an array of structs, and then the
Yeah.
structs would be something like, um, one sec. I lost my mouse. Here we go. The struct would just be no item ID, quantity held, or something like that, and that's it. And we just have an array of these, and then the inventory would just be, well, just pretending that this is an inventory. It would just be an array of data inventory item. It would just be an array of the, or I guess no, it would be like this. Sorry, I did that backwards. Like 20 of them, or whatever the max inventory space would be.
Yeah. That's what goes in the ships. And then you just do the other thing for the shops, but it's got all the extra fields.
Okay, you lost me there. You lost me.
Well, when you go to a shop, right?
Yeah.
The shop needs all the extra information for how much everything costs and things like that.
Yeah.
Like you could calculate them on the fly. Like it's going to be super cheap to do that, depending on like how many different factors are involved in calculating the cost.
Yeah.
But that's all the information you really need, really, for the actual ships. And then it would be something like, it would be an inventory slot or something like that.
I guess the issue I have with the naming is that there's never a case where you put something in inventory that's not an item. And
yeah, but you're conflating terms and it's just confusing. So now you've got an inventory item, which isn't actually an item. It's just something that points to an item.
okay,
See what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I do.
But if it's an inventory slot, then you know it's something that contains the actual item.
Okay. So then we could just call it inventory.
Well, no, because the array itself is the inventory. You could call it like an inventory row, a slot, a cell, something like that. A handle.
Record.
Like, yeah, something like that. I'd have gone with like slot or row because it's shorter, but whatever. That works.
Yeah, I like slot. Okay, so you'd have an inventory slot, which then you could create an array of inventory slots, which would make up a shops array, players array. You can apply this to ships that have cargo. They would have their own inventory array like this. It's universal. And then if you really want to, you could add in extra attributes here and make it another fat struct, which is like adjusted price. If you really wanted to do that.
Yeah. But my point is I don't really see the point of having that on items on the slots sitting in your ships, because like it's irrelevant until you get to a store, and then they're all going to be changed.
It is
unless
relevant.
You keep going to the same store.
It is relevant. When you're in battle and you're firing your cannonballs, you need to have cannonballs in inventory. The ships get their own cargo. So you would have to subtract from the available cannonballs in cargo. When you're sailing, your food and water are part of your cargo, which is the inventory, and you would detract every day as you sail. And
well, that's part of the quantity, not the pricing stuff.
Right. You would have to remove the quantity then, right?
Well, no, because no, I'm saying you would keep the quantity field. I'm saying that all the pricing stuff and that other stuff that you've deleted, like that doesn't seem to be very relevant to the um to just having an inventory. That was all to do with the shops, not the actual inventory.
Right. Okay. Right. Okay. I see your point. So I can just keep a simple inventory struct like this, create an array of
This ghost.
what did he say? If Canada, then price equals high. That's the code.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I keep a simple struct. I have an inventory like this. If I want to, I can add things in this struct that are specific to certain use cases, but I don't really have to right now, anyways. Um, and that makes things a lot simpler. Then I could remove a few functions out of here. Yeah, see, I really borked up the inventory system. I have data. I already had data inventory. Then I had data inventory item. I don't even know why I did that. Okay, this is good. Okay. The reason, so Nacor was like, wouldn't they be separate, like weapon and armor? They are separate. It's just a matter of how you represent that, which you would know if you were a real programmer, which we've confirmed on this stream that you apparently are, and better than me. Um, it's just a matter of how you represent that, because you could represent a bunch. You could take all your weapons and armors, and then you could just represent them as a big block of like these are now items.
Yeah, it's kind of got a point though, because like
Shut up.
different types of items are going to have different properties. For example, like a cannonball is going to have a damage thing. So this is where I might reach for a union, but you're kind of opposed to that. So now how are you going to have all these things?
I'm just going to do it um like this.
You're
It's
going to
going to be
like
one
a pointer
struct
to.
with all the stats. You just put every single
Are you just
stat.
going to do the mega structs?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then just zero for things. Okay, and
Yeah.
then later on, if you decide you want to break them out, then do it then.
Break them
Okay.
out, yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be the fat struct. All items get every stat for all possible items, and you just don't use the values that you don't need to use for that item type. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that seems like sensible to me. And then just later on, if you need to change it, you can.
Yeah. And what's also good about this is I can do intermediary steps before I break it out into its own struct. So if I'm like, well, I'd like to get like all the item types that are of like a type weapon or something, or sorry, type armor. Yeah, type weapon or armor. Well, I can create an array dynamically by just referencing like type ID or anything that has a power which is greater than or equal to zero, or well, like whatever, right? And I can dynamically generate an array of all of these things as an intermediary. Then if it becomes stupid to do that, which it probably would really quickly, then you can go back to, well, then just create a separate struct and create an array of these, which is what I started with. And now I'm removing. Up here, that's kind of what I had, right? Normal people do that with the narratives. I think we're gonna have to time out Ghost. I think it's just, you know what? Let's see if I can even do. I don't even know if I can do this proper. Let me see. Can I even do this?
I'm not doing it. I thought it was funny.
There, Ghost. Okay, you don't say words like that on this stream. How dare you, sir? Okay, well then, I have a lot of refactoring to do then. Because I'm gonna have to go through all the places where generate world. I'm gonna have to go through all the places where I do my shop setup, like down here. And
yeah, brilliant. Because what this means is you're gonna have to do more code, which means we can derail you more, and like the game will never get finished, and that's excellent.
It would be finished if I had just used React. It'd be done by now.
Would it though?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, but it wouldn't be anywhere near as good as this half-assed version, which isn't even complete.
Make your refactors take longer. I think
Yes.
that's something.
Yeah, it's true. Um, the other thing that I did here, since I'm on this, might as well just talk about this briefly. I had to leave you for a sec. My U32 fatigue, 3 minutes of Borderlands 2 speedrunning stream. Hell, the other thing I did was I instead of having a shop, which has an inventory, I put an inventory on NPCs, and they represent a shop, but via interaction. So if you just interact with them, instead of popping up like a typical chat dialogue, they're going to pop up a shop scene, and their inventory represents what's in the shop. And I'm not sure if that was a good call. Because I have
Well, you've already got a method by which to designate in a special shop ship. That's a fun shop ship.
a shop. Yeah.
Say that 10 times fast. But so whatever mechanism you have for that, then you could probably use shop business in there as well. Yeah, additional fields or whatever.
It's all the same. Like when I go to any one of these shops, if I go and buy like a used ship, it's just an inventory of ships for that NPC. Crap, I didn't think of that. Is a ship an item? I didn't think of that. A ship's not an item. A ship is its own thing. So now I would need to
What are you talking about?
A ship is not an item.
Where's that come from?
Because of the store. Look at the store where I buy a used ship or I buy a new ship.
Yeah, well, you can have an item that represents a ship, and then when it goes into the world, you just take it out and then just plonk a ship. That's not a problem.
An item that represents a ship.
Yeah.
That's
so there'll
genius.
Be like a shipyard. And you go to the shipyard, and all he sells is different kinds of ships.
Yeah.
And you just use the same exact system instead of having a whole duplicated thing for nothing.
Yeah. So I would take the base ship and I just turn it into an item. That's it.
Yeah, and it just has a field that points to a ship prototype or however the hell you'd represent it.
Yeah. That's genius. You should be a programmer.
I know, right?
Yeah, okay. Okay. So I would just move this into item like this. It just becomes one big fat struct. Why not? That's what I'm doing anyways. Why the hell not? Yeah. Okay.
Well, why have you put all that in there, though?
Because it's all one item.
No. You can just have one field that points to this data somewhere else, so you're not. This is unnecessarily fattening up the struct. Like this is insane. You're taking it too far.
What do you mean I'm taking it too far? It's called a fat struct.
Yeah, I know, but you don't need to put like.
What? Okay, why am I taking it too far?
Every single fucking thing in the game like is some giant.
Why not? Tell me why not.
Because you've already got a struct somewhere that houses information, right, for ships.
Yes.
Why not just point to one of them?
because then my shop inventory becomes more complicated because now I have to have two pointers, one either for item or one for the ships.
No, no. In the item, see, you're in the item struct now, right? Ignore all that shit that represents a ship.
Okay, let me take it out.
All you need to do is under U32 some other stat, put U32 ship ID or whatever the hell you're gonna call it. You know, right?
Okay,
And then that points to an entry in an array of ship archetypes.
which would be base ship.
Yeah, well, because it must already exist because you're already getting that information from somewhere, right?
Yeah, it'd be this. I have this struct for a base ship. And the reason why I have a base ship is because when it actually belongs to a fleet, attributes are overridden by it becomes a ship in a fleet. It becomes a fleet ship. And these base attributes are then adjusted to account for things like boosts that a captain has, or I don't know, like morale, or like you can even remodel ships. So you can take a base ship and you can remodel
What I would
right?
probably do is have a bunch of archetypes for, like, you know, you probably have like a Corvette and a frigate and all these other types of things, right? Destroyer or whatever.
Yeah.
And you probably want a little bit of memory with all the default values for that type.
Yes. That's
and
what
then,
base ship is, yeah.
Yeah, and then when you actually have your own ship that you control or an NPC does, it like copies those values in, and then, you know, then you can adjust them, all that stuff you were just saying, all that good stuff.
Yeah. And that's what
So,
ship is. So there's
yeah,
base ship and then ship. Yeah.
Fucking names, dude. Right. So yeah. So in the thing, if it's not the sentry value,
Okay.
then it's a ship item.
Right.
Yeah.
But then so I would have in my shop inventory, I can either point to an item, which is just an item, or I can point to a ship, which is a base ship.
No. In the shop inventory, it always points to an item.
But then the item then subsequently points to a ship.
Points to a ship archetype.
A base ship.
Yeah. So in the item thing, you've got like an item category thing that says whether it's a good, as you call it, or a cannonball or a weapon, or it's food, and then you'll have another entry in that enum, which is a ship, and then the UI will read that, and then it will then say, oh, can I get the details for this type of ship or whatever.
Okay, but then why wouldn't I do what Nacor said and split everything up into weapon, armor, etc., and then just point to that thing?
Well, you could. I even suggested, that was the very first thing I said, is that I would either do that or use a union, but you're trying to keep things simple for now, and this seems like the most simple way to do it. Until you get further down the line and you're like, actually, this was a mistake. I should think about setting that, swapping them out and stuff like that, splitting it up.
So I deleted them for nothing.
No, you didn't delete them for nothing. Because look, we just eliminated a whole class of things. What are you doing?
Because I had them separated. And I had the inventory system exactly like you described. The inventory system would point to a generalized item in the inventory. That's what inventory item was. Then inventory item would subsequently point to whatever the heck it was. Was it a weapon? It would point to a weapon struct. Was it an armor? It would point to an armor struct. Was it a base ship? It would point to a base ship struct. That's exactly what I had before. And now you're telling me that I need to do it. But I already deleted it.
No, I'm not. All I was saying is in the UI, right? When you're in the UI in the shop, you probably want to display some information about an item. Like the player would want to see that, like, how fast is this ship compared to this other one? Which one should I buy, right?
Yeah.
So it needs to know to get that, and all it has to do is say, right, what type of item is it? Oh, its category is ship. So then I'll go and ask the WASM stuff for the information on that particular ship, so I can stick it on the screen. That's it.
But
But what you're talking about is taking this one niche little thing and then changing the entire architecture of the underlying system just for this weird thing. Whereas at the moment, you understand the benefits of starting out with the Megastruck thing. You even argued for it earlier on.
yes.
It keeps everything simple now and speeds everything up, so that later on down the line, if you do decide that you want to split it, then go for it. But there doesn't seem to be any reason to do that now, rather than this one specific thing that you hung up on for some reason.
So you're saying I'm hung up on the base ship thing, but that's not. It's one thing. That's the only reason I'm talking about this is the base ship to ship. But that goes against your argument. You're telling me to do what I did before because of base ship to ship.
No, I was explaining this because you had poorly named things, and then when I actually came to understand what you're doing, I was like, why the hell are you doing this? And then you were like, how am I going to sell a ship to a player? How does that work? And you had an entirely different shop system, almost. So I just said, why don't you just make a ship an item? And then it's all unified and you don't need to duplicate all the stuff. That's how we got here. Because if you're already... like the whole thing with having the goods and the cannonballs and the food, you already had it set up like that. You were perfectly fine with it. And all I've said is, just add this to the enum. And now all of a sudden you're against it because someone suggested something, so I've got to critique it for 3 million hours and do a tech news stream on it.
I do. Monday's episode is all about this, yeah. Okay, but hang on. If I'm going to do it for base ship and I'm going to add in the infrastructure to point to something that is not an item, why am I bundling items in? Why am I grouping other items except this one?
Except which one?
Except ships.
Well, I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any reason to not include them with the other items. That's why I suggested it.
So then item ID... Okay, so if we were going to simplify this, then I could continue the way I'm going, and item ID would just be cross-referenced with type ID. And at that point, why shouldn't I have weapons as their own struct, armor as their own struct, goods as their own struct, all of it as their own struct, instead of a fast
because
struct?
this is an inventory slot, so now you can have a ship inside a ship. That makes no sense unless you're having little rowboats.
When I don't think I would ever have a ship inside a ship. I don't think a ship would ever have an inventory of a ship of anything.
Yeah, so it's got no business being there.
I just wouldn't use the type that is ship on a ship inventory array. The type ID on if this becomes the inventory of a ship, if this inventory slot thing becomes an array of inventory slots on a ship, the type ID would just never be ship. It would just never be another ship. What's wrong with that? Got him.
Because you've reduced this down from what it was before, so that it can be used by everything. But now you're having this special thing in there just for shops.
Which you said I should do because you want me to have base ships.
No, I was talking about the item thing. It just represents a ship in the shop, right? Just for the purposes of being able to display them in the shop without having to set up an entirely different thing. It's like piggybacking off the top of it. And the only time that this thing that you hung up on, right? I'm not saying that the niche aspect that you hung up on is the fact that it's the ship thing. I'm saying that the niche part is when the information's being displayed in the shop.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only time you need to do this extra little thing where it pulls the information. Otherwise, and maybe when you turn the, instead of when you buy the ship item, it places it in the world, but then you'd already have the information anyway, so.
Right.
Because it never actually goes in an inventory. It's just something that represents something in the shop.
When I render the shop items, I have to go and reach in. That's the only time, but it's not the only time. It's not just the shop. The ships themselves have to reach into their own cargo, into their own inventory.
Yeah, but there'll never be a shop in there. A shop. The bloody hell, this is getting confusing now. There'll never be a ship item in there.
Okay, so what's the problem?
You just said that.
Yeah, correct. So what's the problem with using inventory slot for everything? And your type ID is the cross reference that you do to narrow down the item ID. So if the type ID is ship, you go to all the base ships,
because it's
which
already,
would be an array of base ships.
The type is already in the item.
Where? It like in data item?
It should be.
What's up, Neutromancer, first time chatter? I'm sorry, I'm not checking right now. So then, look.
Wait, unless you want to, the only other option is if you can have the type, the category of item. I'm going to call it category because
Sure.
type ID is a terrible fucking name, right?
Sure.
You can have the category either on the item, on the slot, on both, or you don't have it at all, which isn't really an option.
Why would
I?
Yeah. Okay, I agree with you. We're in agreement, but I think what we're right. crossing wires is where we're going to implement that.
Right. Well, I think what's happened here is because you called it type ID, which is a terrible name. I got confused again. It's this thing that you can't name variables.
Okay, look. So if the category of this
item... You've got a first-time chatter, by the way. You should greet them.
Yeah, Neutro. Hey, welcome in. That's Neutro. It's C code. We're building a video game out here in C code, and we're battling like the very, very specificities, minutia of the C code here. I'll tell you what I'm up to later after we get through this argument if you want, and just tell you kind of what we're building. But we're building out this video game based on an old Super Nintendo game, etc., etc. So yeah, we're gonna argue this for a minute. But welcome in, man. Yeah, just plain old C. Yeah.
I'm with TMX. He's saying normalize. Like that's kind of what I'm trying to get at here.
Normalize it. Normalize.
Yeah, you know how you normalize a database.
Yes. Okay, but look, it's about what you normalize. So look, you've got, let's say, call it a type, right? So it could be a ship, a weapon, armor.
Type.
Okay, let's just pretend. Yeah. We can even call it category if that makes you
right.
feel better. Right? It's just stupid feelings.
Well, it's just all these overloaded terms in programming, you know. It's just...
Okay. So it's got a category. So this inventory slot will point to what it is, what the category of the thing is. And then from there, that will tell you which array of that category to reach into. That's where you then go item ID. So if you have an array of, let's say, data, a base ship, base ships,
okay. I understand it. I understand it. So each inventory would have an array for each category, right?
Correct.
Yeah, right. That makes sense. And I agree that is probably going to be the best way to go in the long run, right? Because you're probably going to have the UI display these by a category anyway, because
Yes,
it's going to be much better for the player to navigate, right?
correct.
But at the start, I actually said this, and you said no. Let's use a megastruct. I said I'd either do this or use a union, and you were like, no, I want to do the megastruct.
I didn't say no. I didn't say no. I didn't. Shut up. OG, take notes. Thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate that. Um. Okay, the reason why I was good. Yeah. What was the reason for the megastruct? Because I found it difficult to splice up the. I found it annoying to reference the right types of items in inventory because we're now like 3 layers in. You have to have an inventory array which points to some kind of item. Let's assume that I go back to, which is fine. If I have to go back, I'll go back to it. Data, weapons, and armor and all that, right? Data, armor 20. Okay, and I generate these up front when I initialize the game. All possible weapons, all possible ships, all of that stuff. Okay, cool. So now we have to have an inventory, an array of inventory slots. So some person is going to have NPC inventory of whatever it is. Then you have to go and say, when I want to get just the ships, I have to go through the entire array and pull out just the ships. And then go read from the ships array and then get the data out of it.
Yeah. So this is why I said, like, if you're displaying things and you're doing it via item category, this makes a lot of sense because that's going to be more efficient as well. Like we can intuit that this is going to be more efficient because you're fetching less information because they're all housed together based on that particular thing. But this is it's where the use case matters. Like if you're not gonna organize the stuff on screen like that, like you're just gonna have a big thing that just shows everything in one go, then that's not as much of a problem.
I actually don't.
But no, hang on though. But when you're doing this and you've got a shop, now you're gonna have to iterate through all these different arrays to show the entire thing, unless the shop is always constrained by a category. Like you have to flick through the pages.
Correct. So this is the problem I have, which is I either do this, where I brute force the entire array of inventory items, only selecting for the ones I want, or I would have to have an individual inventory array for the total inventory of a shop. So this then becomes a specific NPC's inventory. Like that. So then I have a predetermined amount of inventory items given and in which case, why do I need category ID? Why would I need this if I can just go through these specific categorized pre-filtered arrays of inventory items? Which one is better? Oops.
Well, you don't know until you built it and like profiled it and tried it.
Well, hang on. Are we okay? Because I'm using flat arrays and stuff up front, I'm going to have to necessarily take everybody. Look, here's the difference right now. When I create an inventory for an NPC, I can set a max inventory space. Max inventory items could be something like 100. Given this structure down here, right here. Forget about the for loop right here. I can put in 100 items of any kind I want, which means I can greatly restrict the size of my initialized array up front.
Right, yeah, but then if they're split into categories, then you'll have to go and check each one to see if and count the
Correct.
total. Yeah. Well, that makes well. I mean, this is why having a normalized thing makes it a little bit easier to manage, right?
So what? Okay. So then, what would that?
This is why this is why I'm saying you hung up on the shop part of it rather than the general thing, the general architecture of how it works that affects where you use them in all parts of your code. For example, in the battles when you've got to reduce the cannonball thing. I mean, if that was me, I'd have like a pointer or a handle or something to the currently loaded thing that just references it anyway. But you're not doing that.
If during battle I need to detract the number of cannonballs that are.
Oh no, I shouldn't have said anything. He's just.
You shouldn't have. It's too late, bro. It's too late. It's too late, bruv. As we say in the good old, the good old across the pond. If I detract cannonballs while I fire them, I'd have to point to its own internal inventory, and this would still require a brute force mechanism, because you'd still have to go through all the inventory items, pick out the one that's the cannonball, and then detract it. At least that's the most naive, simplistic version. I suppose I could have a pointer, yes. But I'm trying to avoid pointers because with WebAssembly in particular, there's potential for memory thrashing when you do pointers. So I'm like being super, super restrictive about pointers unless I absolutely freaking have to. The benefit is that so there's, I think you're right. There's two differences, which is in a shop, this is nice, not this. If I take this out here. Right, this is nice, where I initialize all possible armors, all possible weapons, etc. up front, and then my max inventory items are just pointers to those things, and I can put whatever I want, and I can just set like 100 items in an inventory and whatever it is. That's the nice thing for a shop. But when you have to have a ship reference its own inventory, or a player consume something and they got to reference their own inventory, you would have to have like some nice, neat way of not having to brute force this. Or if you do brute force it, then you're going to have to take a performance hit on this and then go and detract it. Does the front end process more?
Well, yeah, but you've got to make the compromise somewhere. It seems to me like to just keep it simple and just have the one list for now. And then as you start writing the other stuff, like doing the shop stuff, like you this brute forcing method, as you calling it, like clearly got a good grasp of how to go about doing that. So just do that.
Okay, but now, what's the difference then between me going over 100 different inventory slots and then offshooting into one of the individual items versus just storing the entirety of all available items as a fat struct directly? If I'm at this point already, why shouldn't I fat struct it?
Because now this goes against your principles, because if the inventory is just like an item with all the additional fields, they're going to be duplicated over and over and over and over for every type. Whereas all that stuff it's fixed, right? Like all the actual properties of an item, like how much damage a cannonball does, or how much it I don't know how much hunger a food item restores. They are basically constant, right? So
Right.
those only need to exist in memory once. Otherwise, you're just copying for that for no reason, and it's bloating up your memory stuff. That's completely antithetical to what you're trying to achieve.
I see.
It's like what you call that pattern, flyaway pattern. Like Minecraft does this. Like imagine if Minecraft like had a different instance of a grass block for every single grass block. That would be insane. It has one instance of a grass block, and then when there's a block in the world, it just points to that instance. Right?
Okay, so I can steel man your argument then with what I have. So if I was to have a base ship, I would need to have like all those 8 attributes of base ship inside this inventory slot for every inventory that exists in the currently generated world.
Yeah. And for each slot in there as well.
Right.
Right?
Including adjustments that I would make on top of all that. Whereas this way, I can point to the individual thing, which is the Nacor method. We've now dubbed it the Nacor method.
Oh, okay.
And I can point to the individual instance that starts at the base. And if I need to make any further adjustments because of contextual things, then I can do so even within here, where I have like an adjusted price, even if that's what I really want to do.
Yeah.
Okay. So then I can start off, then given all that, what we just said, I should bring back weapon armor and stuff. That won't take long because I wasn't really using them to begin with. So that's easy. And then I can start with the brute force method, which is, well, if I want to filter by only one type of category, like how many weapons do you have in your shop, I can brute force it to begin with. The other thing I could do is I could, oh, go ahead.
Sorry. The other thing, like, it's you're kind of prematurely optimizing as well, splitting them up because, like, how many different kinds of things are there actually going to be in a game, and how big's your inventory going to be? Because any decent CPU with its bloody name will just tear through this in like nanoseconds. Like even just looping through it to just find the things, it won't take any time at all. Like. And then all the additional time on the other hand, like if they're all split, you're still going to be wasting a bunch of time managing all these different things as well. So like it's a trade-off, isn't it? Right.
I suppose at the top, the most I can think of would be to have like 1,000 different unique items if I count everything that I can think of, up to 1,000.
Yeah, but it's not the. Yeah, but it's not about the different unique items. It's about the unique item categories and the size of an inventory, like the maximum size. So it'd be like if an inventory can have 300 million slots, right? And there's 220 billion item categories, then it would be a problem. But you're probably going to have about like a dozen item categories and a max inventory of 255 at the most or something like that. This is going to be super quick, dude.
So then
Getting fat struct is such a thing.
Good one, Sophie. Good one. So then, okay, if that's true, then
Yeah, the whole thing's written in C, right?
yeah.
So he's got this crazy thing because he's trying to prove a point, and he's got this weird way of doing it.
Yeah.
So the game runs in C code, which is compiled to WASM, right? And all that does is the logic, right? And you can poll it for information. So the JavaScript does all the graphics and all the stuff like the present. It's like a front end, and then it runs the WASM and it polls it for information and tells the thing. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a REST API, but like all internal, like
Yeah.
But what you could do with this is that you can then take the C code, and then you could either take the WASM or the C code, and I don't know, use Raylib or SDL or something like that,
Yeah.
and have it run natively.
Yeah. Okay, well, if the going with your line of reasoning, these things are going to be so small, then even this brute force method, even if I had everything, absolutely every possible type of item in an inventory, it should still be really, really fast.
Yeah, just to loop through and then say like, oh, I just want all the cannonballs, please. Like, it's still gonna be super quick. Because remember, it's data oriented already, so it's just like a linear array. Right. So it's gonna churn through it really fast. And all the comparison has to be is like, well, it's just an enum comparison or U32, wherever the hell you're using.
Yeah, it's enum to U32. Yeah, you just convert.
Yeah, well, that's just two U32s really, but like that's super quick. And you're not going to be memory constrained, like, because it's going to prefetch. So, as you're doing one, it'll prefetch the rest because it's a linear array.
Right.
Like, this is as fast as it gets, dude. And there's no faffing around with, like, extra inventories and then seeing where it goes and stuff. Like, all the management code is just way simplified by just having a linear thing.
Right.
At least for now. There could be something that happens later on where you go, now it's actually going to be better to split it up. But that point, we haven't arrived at that point yet.
Yeah, where you split up the inventory into an inventory of inventory types.
Yeah.
Or categories, inventory categories.
See, I coming at it from an Odin perspective, I would probably err towards doing it with a struts because he's got that awesome switch on type thing.
Yeah.
But you don't have that here, so just do the flat array.
Okay. I'm thinking it through, but I think that makes sense. So I shouldn't have removed weapon and armor. It's fine. I'll put them back because it's easy. But okay. So then I still get to keep the fact that my inventory is when I set an inventory to a shop, or in this case an NPC that represents a shop, or whatever it doesn't matter what it is. When I set up an inventory, doesn't matter. I can be flexible about what it contains.
Yeah, so Nutrimancer is saying you can make a temporary pointer list for a category if you have a flat array to start with. Like, that's a fair point, but I don't think it's even worth doing that without profiling this first, because that's like premature optimization. So, like all that extra effort, because now you've got to worry about cache invalidation, which is a whole other problem, and that doesn't seem worth it for now.
I mean, but I guess if we take away pointers as what they are definitionally, like actual C pointers, you could just prefetch an array of each category type when the shop loads, and it's just an index, like a numerical index. And so you'd still have flat arrays, which might be nicer for cache. But I think you're right. I don't think I need to go that far right now. That could be something I try and play around with later.
Yeah, but the problem with doing that is then if you ever have a point where things get removed from the array or shuffled around and stuff, now all the pointers are invalidated and you've got to go and do it again. This is what I mean. It's like the cache invalidation, because it's essentially a cache, what he's talking about. Right. I don't see anything wrong with just having the inventory slot just being an item ID and a quantity. That's all you need for now. Like you can maybe keep the category ID in there if you want to skip a little bit of indirection.
I'd have to, because if I break up, I have to keep the category ID, because if I break it up into their individual category types as an array of all weapons, all armors, all base weapons, all base armors,
Well, no, there
whatever.
doesn't need to be an array. It just needs to be an enum. The category ID is just an enum, and it's a property of an item. Like the item says, I am a cannonball, I am a ship, I am a foodstuff, right? And then you use the item ID and say, oh, what's the category of this item? And putting it in the inventory slot just skips that little bit of indirection. That's it.
When I have category ID, no, yeah, when I have category ID and I have item ID, where do I go to find this item?
Huh?
Where am I going to go to find the item in question?
Well, you'll have a giant array, giant, well, I would guess it'd be a global, that contains the archetype of every single item in the game. They need to exist once in memory somewhere so that you know where they are. And they only ever need to exist once.
Okay, perfect.
Because it's basically constant data.
Okay.
Right?
Yes. So if
and
I
the
have
item ID
right.
is just the index of to the item in that array.
Right. If I have a global array of this, weapons, armors, base, ships. So it's 3 global arrays. This one contains all the armors. This one contains all the weapons.
Right.
This one
well,
contains
then
all
an
the
item
ships.
ID would need to be a struct that has ID and the which array it's in.
Why would it need to be... Okay, why couldn't I just do this? If category ID is equal to enum type weapon, then go and return weapons item ID. Or switch.
Well, you could do that as well, but it seems like a lot of extra work when you could just have a big list of items somewhere.
Well, then, what would that big list of items look like? So let's say we just go like data items.
Well, that would be the megastruct thing.
So then I'm back to fat structs. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm arguing for. Yes.
But then,
that's the whole point.
But then you hated it when I went over. You were
no,
like,
I didn't.
Yeah, oh yeah, you did. Yes, sir, you did play the tape. Because when I went over to database ship, and I'm like, oh, perfect. Well, then I'll just take all this stuff that's part of base ship, and then I'll just go back up to item.
No. A ship and an item are completely separate things.
Why are they completely separate things? Because if they're completely separate things now, then your suggestion no longer works.
Oh, you really don't get this. Oh, okay. So, dude, and you have, right, there's archetypes of item and archetypes of ship, right?
Yes.
But for every archetype of ship, there is an equivalent item that points to that archetype just for use in the shop when you purchase them. It just simplifies the whole process of programming a way to buy a ship, because you've already got a shop front, you've already got ships, so you just have a link for those two things so that you can display them in the shop menu. That's it. That's where the confusion's coming from. Otherwise, a ship is a completely separate thing from an item. Yeah, it'd be like a ship deed. Yeah, that's a perfect way to do it. It sounds pretty cool as well, doesn't it?
Make the shop sell the deed to the ship instead, yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool word.
I'm lost. If I'm looking through the inventory of a shop and it points to an item, I have to find that item somehow. if I'm looking through the inventory of a shop and it points to a ship, I have to find that ship somehow. What's the difference between separating out a ship into its own array of ships because it's their own thing and referencing it by item versus separating out all the rest of the items along with it? Why would I want to fat struct these if I'm already in the world of I have to separate the base ships?
No, 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 no. I'm not. Because the amount of variables that describe what a ship is, right? The amount of fields is going to be like huge. You're going to have a lot of these things that you're going to add over the course of the game's development, right?
Yeah.
You're going to like be doubling the size of the item struct for no reason. That makes no sense at all.
I agree.
And they're not even related concepts, except for the fact that you can buy a ship.
I agree. So if I'm already separating a ship out as its own individual type of item,
We're not already separating them out. They're already separate. You don't forget that in your initial approach to programming this game, you never combined them in the first place.
right? So then, given this,
I'm advocating for what you've already got.
but you said the fat struct is what you were advocating for. Which is it? Good night,
For the
Ghost Master.
items, for the fat struct for the items for all the different types of items. But a ship is not a type of item.
And yet we reference it through the same exact infrastructure as we do for all other
Yeah,
types of
because you need to
items.
be able to buy one. But all you need to do is say, I would like to buy this ship archetype, please. And then once you've bought it, it looks at the archetype. It's one U32 as opposed to the entire amount of things that comes with a ship. Because now every single item is going to be inflated by the size of whatever the size of a ship struct is, which also goes against the principles and the whole entire point of doing this.
All right. Okay. I follow now. If I have a ship that has like 8 or 10 attributes, so it's like whatever that the big list of attributes for the base ship, I'm inflating the whole thing. What's the threshold? When is too many attributes too many attributes? What's that number?
Well, that's a bit murky. That's why you, because it's your project, need to make the trade-off. But if it was me, right? I've built games before. I can intuit the kinds of the amount of information that these two different concepts would require, and the ships being one of the fundamental building blocks in the mechanics of the game, right? They're going to need a lot of different variables, a lot more than an item would. Then, like most of the items, to be honest with you, you could probably just have a generic stat as a thing, and it could be used for like the damage of the cannonballs, the amount of hunger restored by food, blah 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 blah, which is again another good way to advocate for a union because you're just reusing the same piece of memory. So I can intuit that the size of a ship is going to be vastly greater than the size of an item. Therefore, it's going to bloat up that array. Right? That's the thought process that I'm going through. But if you think that's incorrect, then you go the other way. It's your project.
But the size of an item, which represents all items, could easily be the same size as an individual ship.
Well, it could be. It could be. That's precisely what I'm saying. It's your game. You know the ins and outs of it. Like, but I've never actually played this game. But in going off of my prior experience, right, my own bias,
yeah,
I would assume that that's not. Sorry, my microphone's a bit broken.
It's okay. Okay, so if it's me, what I would say is that there are special items that are going to have an extra set of states.
What's these fucking caveats? Fuck's sake, dude.
You asked for this. There are special items that have extra stats that normal items don't. When you put all of it together, I can easily already see something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, somewhere between 6 to 8 item stats if you were to fat struct them, which is exactly the same number of stats that a base ship has now. So if I'm going to break out a base ship because I don't want to bloat the entire inventory system, which I agree with, then I probably shouldn't fat struct it.
Well, like I said right at the start, I would probably use a union. But you seem to not like those.
Because I think what happens with the union is that it does not allow me to properly extract out all the stuff that I'm extracting out of the simpler C code so that I have the interoperability between C code and JS. Or at the very least, it makes it a little bit more annoying.
This is why I said in chat earlier, and I described to Nutrimancer, the new guy, that like you're doing it in this weird thing with WASM and stuff. It always comes down to this bullshit. Every time I try and propose something, don't know why I bother.
Because you like being here. You like the suffering. It makes you feel good.
No, I told you, man. Like other people need to call in, dude. I'm just trying to.
I know.
Keep the ball rolling.
I know.
But you know, this is fun going over this shit. Like,
I mean, it is fun. It's fun to argue about it. It's super like detailed, specific minutia, but
yeah, but I mean, this would be trivial to me. I would just be like union item ID quantity done. Like
right.
maybe use a handle for things that reference it, like the currently equipped cannonball. I'd probably use a handle, you know, which is like it's kind of like a smart pointer if you come from C++ world.
Right.
Although you should be using handles on that anyway, because smart pointer's fucking stupid. But
it's true. It's so true. Oh god. Okay. Well then, I'm not gonna fat struct it. That's the decision. I won't fat struct it. No, Neutro, no, don't. Neutro, no. Now I'm unsure. The shop doesn't physically have the items, right? It's just a product list, so it shouldn't matter if it's the same list or not.
yeah, all the shop needs is the inventory slot. It just needs to know what item it's selling and how many has it got.
Yeah.
How many has it got in stock? I need to fix this mark.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's all the shop is. But a ship, when it's looking into its own cargo, well, I guess it's the same.
It only needs that information as well.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah. Yeah, it's all the same. And category ID would only matter.
No. Like I think the other thing you should do is to stop this confusion. Is stop thinking of it as being a ship. And I really like what he said when he said it's a ship deed. I like that. You have a deed item, and it says it points to a ship archetype. Because that's all the deed needs to know is what kind of ship is it the deed to. And the deed never actually goes into your inventory because that would be a waste. As soon as you buy it, it just turns into a ship in the sea somewhere. It's basically a spawn a ship item. You press the button on it, you press confirm. You know, a little box pops up. Are you sure? I was like, hell yeah, I'm on this boat. And then a ship appears. That's all it does. And all you need for that is just a U32 entry into the ship archetypes array.
Right. Because that would
It's that simple.
That would form your default. You just default to that. Whatever ship item you generate uses the defaults of the archetype.
Yeah. In the exact same way that you have like a list of all the possible item types with all the stats in there, like the cannonball damage and the armor defense values.
Yeah. Okay, so then so it's just deeds to a ship, that's fine. So I can make the shipyard do that. So if I go to the shipyard, I can just say, look, here are all the ships that I have deeds, or that I can sell you deeds for. These are their defaults, whatever they are.
Yeah.
If you're building a new ship, then it just becomes like a new item. That it's just, you're still going to do the same kind of process, but you're just kind of like hand waving that
Yeah, but you're
away.
picking parts or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
You just hand wave it away a little bit. And if you do a remodel, you're just referencing your own ship. That's it. You're just so this is fine. This works.
Yeah, and they'll use the same interface, but instead of building a new one, it's just a pre-existing one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, see, that's simple.
It's so simple. How did I not think of this before? Oh, I did, and then I decided for some reason to fat struct it. Okay.
You call it fat structs? It's fucking mega structs. By the way, why do you? Oh no, I'm not going to ask anyone. I'm going for a cigarette.
It's okay. I'm gonna end the stream. That's it. I'm gonna end the stream and go have dinner. I've been on here for a while. Thanks for coming on, Laugh. I appreciate it. Okay, that's it, folks. Here, I'm gonna end the call there. He's gonna come back, and then he's gonna be wondering why he's left alone in chat. It's because he's a loser with no friends. A loser with no friends. Okay. Friggin' now that he's gone, I can say all kinds of stuff about him. Okay. Laugh. I won't. I won't do it. Let me end the call there. That's it. I'm out of here. Thanks everybody for the stream. That was a lot of fun. Thank you for the absolutely wild amount of tips. Sophie, thank you for the super chat. Oh my God is gone. He's looking at Rob's stream. I appreciate that. That's crazy. I was not expecting that today. I will make sure to put that to good use. I promise. I'll keep, as long as you guys keep supporting me, I will keep doing this. Nutromancer, thank you for the follow. You've been here for 5 minutes. You kind of get a sense of what the stream's all about. We agonize over this stuff because it means something to us, because we're trying to show that there's a better way to do even these insanely crazy, insane things in the tech industry. That's what I use these streams for. So having said that, thanks everybody for being here. You guys are great. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your weekend, whatever's left of it. Again, I appreciate all the support. If you like my message, you like what I'm about, you can go to enlightenedprogramming.com and you can send a tip there and get access to all the info, or just come watch the stuff here, or just go to my YouTube live. It's also like I leave all that stuff up for free because it's not really about the money. It's about an industry that I really care about, and the amount of power that we have in it. And I want to see. I have a kid that needs to grow up in this world. Okay, so I'd like to see better stuff out of it. Laugh agrees. That's why he agonized with me over it, even though he claims he hated it, but he didn't. He really enjoyed that. Laugh really, really enjoyed arguing with me about that. Okay. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe, like you guys have been. You guys are awesome about that, so that I get to reach more eyeballs and hopefully persuade more people that we need more stuff like this. Catch me tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be another video game stream. It's unlikely. I'm probably going to do another Daily Tech News stream because I have so much news to cover. So I gotta prep for it and plan it. I'll do my best. So, but one way or another, I will be on tomorrow, 2 p.m. PST, and we'll go from there. We'll see what happens. That's it. That's all I got. Stay safe, everybody. I'm gonna figure out the raids. I'm gonna send you guys over to whomever I can find. If I can't find anyone, I'll just end the stream. But I'll put on the closing titles. Have a good Sunday or Monday, everybody. Peace out. You guys are awesome.